can put boots on the ground and essentially capture the entire oil hub?
Well, thank you for the question. Very pertinent. You know, Iran is playing a chess game. Initially, Iran said that through the Strait of Hormuz, they will blockade it. Then they said that entry is denied only to ships belonging to United States, Israel, and their allies. The words "and their allies" were not clearly defined. Now, after President Trump has taken certain measures, as you said, sending Marines who might, we don't know, who might try to take over the Kharg Island. And also, after Trump has called upon other nations to send their navies, Iran has made the move of saying that the Strait of Hormuz, there will be free and peaceful passage, except to the ships belonging to the United States and Israel. So my view is that Trump's call for other navies, UK, China, and all that, to join in accompanying the commercial vessels or otherwise take military action to control the Strait of Hormuz, that call has not been accepted, and my view is that it is being rejected for two reasons. One is that suppose you are from UK Royal Navy. In effect, what Trump wants is that you should send your naval ships, and the American commander, he will control all the action. Now, no European country would like to do that. And asking China, well, that is a bit of a joke. Now, second thing is that if you are a charterer, suppose you have chartered a vessel, would you like to send your vessel with or without naval accompaniment when you are sure that you are likely to be caught in the crossfire between the Iranians and the Americans? What about the safety of your crew? So the whole thing is harebrained. And you may remember that sometime back, after the 7th of October, when the Houthis tried to blockade the entrance to the Red Sea, President Biden had proposed a similar idea, but it didn't work out. So now what might happen is that I doubt whether President Trump will actually try to take over the Kharg Island. I think it's only a threatening move. And now that the Iranian foreign minister has said that they are prepared to have a joint panel to investigate what Iran has done to the GCC states. Iran claims, I'm not sure whether his claim is correct, but Iran claims that they have attacked only American entities. Well, but again, it's a very clever move by suggesting a joint investigation. But my own view is that President Trump has been skating on ice, thin ice, getting thinner and thinner, and he is likely to fall. But it's also possible that sooner or later, certainly before he meets with Xi Jinping, president of China, on the 31st of March, President Trump will declare, quote, victory, unquote, and say that he was stopping all military action because now we have to give a chance to the people of Iran to rise up and overthrow their government. Prime Minister Netanyahu will be most unhappy, but I don't think he would have much of a choice. He will have to fall in. So there can be a ceasefire. And of course, Iran, though it has been saying that it should get compensation and all that, I think Iranians, being good chess players, will with alacrity accept the ceasefire and stop sending drones and all that. So we might see an end to this dreadful dance of death and destruction in the coming days.
KP Fabian, please continue to stay with us as I also put out some more information for our viewers. Now, Kharg Island has long been strategically vital in this region, in the Persian Gulf, because it also serves as Iran's primary oil export terminal in the Persian Gulf. Now, a large share of Iran's crude shipments pass through this island's storage tanks and loading facilities, making it a critical node for the country's energy revenues and global oil supplies. So, US essentially struck Kharg Island yesterday. We saw how massive strikes took place. It is a very essential Kharg Island, a very essential and significant oil facility has repeatedly been targeted in regional conflicts, including during the Iran-Iraq war. So not just this time United States has attacked this Kharg Island, but this island also faced the wrath of earlier attacks during the Iran-Iraq conflict as well. You have in 1986 how repeated bombing damaged export facilities on the Kharg Island. Iran forced to divert exports at that particular point in time when the Kharg Island came under attack. So in 1986, there were attacks that took place. Iran used backup ports, in fact, like Lavan Island, to carry out its activities for export of the crude oil across the Asian nations. At that time, during 1986, when it faced attack on the Kharg Island, used backup ports like Lavan Island. Now remember, this Kharg Island is also just about 55 kilometers away from the Bushehr port, which is again a very important port facility of Iran. So this Kharg Island is not only facing attack this time around, but earlier during Iran-Iraq war as well. Now, India faces several potential risks following the attack on Kharg Island, Iran's key oil export terminal. Now, as the country that imports nearly 85% of its crude oil, India could, in fact, experience higher global oil prices if supply from Iran is disrupted. Now, this would increase fuel costs, raise inflation, and also put pressure on the country's import bill and currency. So there is also a risk there to shipping routes in the Persian Gulf, particularly through the Strait of Hormuz, where a large portion of global oil trade passes from. Now, any escalation in tensions could disrupt tanker movement, increase insurance and transport costs for Indian imports as well. So more than 80% of oil India imports from Iran, and thus essentially very important that Strait of Hormuz remains safe. A big breaking news also coming in at this point in time, where we are seeing that Switzerland has in fact blocked 2 US military aircraft from entering its airspace. Switzerland rejecting 2 flyover requests from United States for flights related to Iran war, permits 3 others. The Swiss government said on Saturday that it discussed requests from United States military and official aircraft to fly over the country, and based on its law of neutrality, in fact, rejected 2 Iran-related war flights to be gone through the airspace of Switzerland, but permitted 3 others. And which all 3 others? Transport flights. In fact, the law of neutrality is what was cited by Switzerland, saying that it is not going to involve itself in the conflict, permitted that humanitarian and medical transits can in fact happen. All right, now US President Donald Trump has claimed that American forces have totally demolished military targets on the Kharg Island. Now, Iran's key oil export hub in the Persian Gulf is what Kharg Island is. Speaking after the strikes, Donald Trump suggested that United States could hit the island again if necessary, even remarking that it might do so just for fun. Comments that have now drawn sharp criticism and reactions, in fact, amid rising tensions with Iran. The US, in fact, also said that the operation targeted military infrastructure on the island, while the developments are likely to further escalate the already volatile situation in the Gulf region. So here, a very shameful remark, in fact, by Donald Trump, who is now saying that he might carry out more attacks on the Kharg Island just for fun. Now, I would like to go back to former diplomat KP Fabian. Sir, this is a very shameful remark by Donald Trump, who is in fact saying that he just wants to carry out more attacks on Kharg Island just for fun. And we have already seen reports how Iran has put out visuals displaying that made in USA missiles were in fact used to carry out elementary school attack in Minab in Iran.
Yes. Coming to the school, we know BBC Verified had said that Tomahawk missile was used to hit the school. And it was American Tomahawk missile that did it. When President Trump was asked about it, he said, oh, not only America, but we are given the Tomahawk missile to other countries. Now, the fact of the matter is that missile has been given only to two other countries, Australia and the United Kingdom, and their military was nowhere there. In other words, President Trump was, economizing truth. Now, you said that, President Trump said that he might attack Kharg Island again and again for fun. Now, let us look at the big picture. This war, as I said earlier, as I have been saying, is Prime Minister Netanyahu's war, and President Trump has been roped into it. And as Professor John Merzheimer of Chicago University said, President Trump has walked into a war which he cannot win. And another thing is that the objectives are not clear, planning was not there. After all, the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran had proclaimed so many times, you see. So America could have, if he is now getting Marines from Japan and South Korea, why didn't he get them earlier? So this is an ill-planned war, and I'm afraid it will be the best interest of...
I'm really sorry I had to interrupt you, but we are running short of time. But thank you so much, a very important voice you are, former Ambassador to Qatar. Thank you so much for getting us your perspective. Now, viewers, taking a short break. Coming up, US President Donald Trump, in fact, calling on allies to send warships, says the Strait of Hormuz will open one way or the other.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो बोलते का गाड़ी मार दे दो चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे कहीं क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे गाड़ी जा ही रहा है गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है आप बताएं लोग ये FFCCS
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अरे अनुसरी होगा तुमचा कुणाला गेला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे का गाडी मागवा दे दो
Distinguished former flag officers and CNCs, serving flag officers, distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to all of you ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege to be addressing this distinguished gathering today. Forums such as these play a very important role in deepening the nation's maritime consciousness, fostering strategic dialogue, and strengthening the connect between our armed forces, industry leaders, and strategic thinkers to deliberate on issues of national security and defense preparedness. And I was given two options, either to take a fireside chat or deliver a standing lecture. I thought, since most of the flag officers are going in for the fireside chat, let it be slightly different, and I'd rather stand and discuss certain issues before you, which I hope will cover a large number of questions that would have arisen during the chat. Some of them I know what Arnab today asked the chief, I would be definitely covering. And there could be some repetition in certain things that have been spoken by my predecessors in the pre-lunch session, but at the cost of repetition, I will reiterate certain things and certain facts and figures. I intend to give you certain facts and figures so as to show to you that it is not all verbose. What we are going to say is what we are putting in practice, and where do we go from here? What have we done till now, and where do we go from here? So having said that, I will also reiterate that such engagements are also essential because maritime security is no longer a subject confined to defense forces. It's now a deeply interwoven with national prosperity, economic resilience, technological advancement, and is a key driver to our vision of Viksit Bharat. My talk today, preparing today to prevent tomorrow's conflicts, reflects a fundamental truth of statecraft and military strategy. Peace is best preserved not by intent alone, but by availability of credible forces and effective preparedness. At its core, the purpose of building military capability is not to wage war, but to deter it, as was alluded by the chief in the morning as the first of his 3 Ds, if you remember. Preparedness, again, is not merely a function of responding to threats. It's about anticipating change, shaping the strategic environment, and ensuring that the nation retains the initiative in an uncertain and dynamic world order that we are all seeing today and have been witness to in the last few years especially. Nations that invest in foresight, capability, and resilience shape their destiny. Those that do not are shaped by events beyond their control. Today, India stands at a historic inflection point. Our national aspiration of becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047 represents not only an economic growth, but a comprehensive transformation of national capacity, technological strength, industrial capability, and strategic influence. Maritime power will play a central and indispensable role in enabling and safeguarding this national transformation, and I will explain to you in the next few minutes as to how. I will structure my talks in 3 parts, and I will undertake a scan of the contemporary maritime environment, which most of you are already aware and would have been discussed at length in the previous sessions. Thereafter, I will underline the Navy's endeavors to ensure rapid capability development and sustain operational readiness. India's history has always been closely linked with the seas and our geography, which places us at the very heart of the Indian Ocean region, providing us both strategic advantage and also a strategic responsibility as we grow on from here. To answer a question of contestation in this Indian Ocean region by Arnav to the chief, well, this Indian Ocean region carries the lifeblood of the global economy today. And therefore, a substantial portion of the world's maritime trade, energy flows, and container traffic passes through these waters. And we have seen now that at any given point of time, there are about 40 to 50 extra-regional ships of extra-regional powers who are always in the Indian Ocean region. Why are they doing so? Because their economy is affected directly by what is happening in this region. And therefore, when you have a larger number of operators of various countries who are operating in this region, you will definitely have contestation for space, jostling for identity, jostling for each other, for their own perspective, and therefore, we have to take that into cognizance, and it is a given in the future. As far as India is concerned, the stakes are even higher. You must have heard 95% of our trade by volume and 70% by value goes through this. While volume is fine, even value, the balance 30%, I am sure if you do a little bit of back of the envelope calculations, is all going under the sea. So all your software, etc., whatever is going, which you would assume is not part of the volume, but the value part of it, I'm sure a large part of it is also going under the sea, which people are probably not calculating. Our energy imports, industry supply chains, and economic growth depend fundamentally on secure and uninterrupted maritime connectivity, and that is what is going to take us to a Viksit Bharat 2047. It's just economics, and nothing else. Therefore, our maritime interests extend far beyond our coastline. Unlike some people talk that why should the Navy be, I've heard some very senior officers or some people say in the civilian domain, why is Navy operating so far away from its own coasts? 12 miles and that's how you should be and so on and so forth. But we've got islands, we've got offshore infrastructure, we've got exclusive economic zone and our ever expanding overseas economic engagements. And please don't forget the safety of Indian citizens, as you are seeing on the TV today and have seen it frequently in the last few years, our assets overseas, and finally the stability of the wider maritime region that supports and will support our economic and strategic interests till we reach our aim of 2047 Viksit Bharat. At the same time, this environment is becoming more complex, which by now you are again well aware of and it would have been discussed earlier. In such an environment, maritime capability is not merely an instrument of war fighting. It's an instrument of national stability, economic protection, and strategic influence. Its foremost purpose is to prevent conflict by ensuring credible deterrence, maintaining stability, and preserving the freedom of navigation. If we don't have the freedom of navigation, the trade will not flow. Today, the Persian Gulf is closed, and you know what is happening. Just an example. The Indian Navy, as the nation's primary instrument of maritime power, is committed to fulfilling its responsibility. Viksit Bharat 2047, how do we align with it? The transformation of the Indian Navy is guided by the Government of India's strategic vision of becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047 and operational directives by the Honorable RM. This vision requires the Indian Navy to assume a larger role to safeguard our maritime interests, facilitate the economic growth, and shape India's strategic influence. Towards this, our long-term objective is to be combat-ready, credible, cohesive, future-ready, and multi-domain in all missions capable, networked and data-driven force through self-reliance. The same has been articulated in the Navy's vision document, Indian Navy Vision 2047, and we plan to achieve it through doctrinal tenets, shaping our concept of operations, adoption of latest technologies coupled with tech-enabled workforce, and charting a roadmap for force modernization centered on Atmanirbharta. And how do we do that? The first step towards Atmanirbharta always and is obviously that we align and review our doctrines. The Navy is engaged in a continuous process of doctrinal refinement to remain aligned with the national strategic directions and emerging technologies and the lessons learned from contemporary conflicts. Also, we are aware of all the initiatives that have been taken by the Government of India as far as policy directives are concerned. In the last decade or so, the government has taken numerous measures to encourage Indianization and participation of the private industries in the defense sector. These initiatives include review of the defense acquisition procedure and the defense procurement manual, which prioritize procurement from indigenous sources. Preference has been given for accord of acceptance of necessity under indigenous categories. And therefore, as far as the Navy is concerned, 82% of our AONs in the last 3 years, from FY 23-24 onwards, have been on indigenous categories. The second initiative was earmarking 75% of the capital and 25% of the R&D budget for domestic industries. More than 75% of our budget in the last 2 financial years has been to domestic companies. Almost 84% in the last financial year and about 79% in the previous financial year. Since this financial year is not ended, I will not give you the figures as it's still work in progress. There has been a focus on make projects. Our priority in Atmanirbharta is now towards bridging capability gaps in marine propulsion and power generation, as well as advanced weapons and sensors. And if you recall, the CNS today morning was alluding that we have got 3 channels or 3 verticals in which we look at Atmanirbharta. As far as shipbuilding is concerned, to float, to move, to fight. As far as the float component is concerned, we have almost about 95%. The balance 5% is primarily due to certain minerals or certain systems which are not produced in India, probably certain ICs, certain technologies which are not there as of now, and which probably will come in the near future, but that is something that's just not available. As far as the move component is concerned, which pertains to propulsion, power generation, distribution, we are at about 65%, and the key component that is missing over here are the generators and the propulsion package. And therefore, what we have done is, under the MAKE scheme, we are now going ahead for developing a 6 to 10 megawatt diesel engine, which is being done by a private company under MAKE 1. And we are very sure, after seeing the progress, that we will have an indigenous diesel engine by 2028. 4 to 10 megawatt, we are looking at a 6 megawatt, which can be upscaled up and down. Therefore, all ships up to the OPV class will be powered by this particular engine. We are also going in for gas turbine generators, indigenization, and also producing a 26 to 30 megawatt gas turbine for propulsion. This is in consultation with a foreign company or whoever wants to part with TOT or develop it within India. So our priority is there so that the second component, the indigenization, will straight away go beyond 90% thereafter. And the third one is fight, wherein there are issues with respect to certain weapons and sensors where we are lacking, but the progress is there and there is a focus, and we hope to do that in the next 10 years or so. The government of India promulgated 5 indigenization lists in the last 5 years. We have, out of the 218 items pertaining to the Navy in these 5 indigenization lists, 149 have already been indigenized. 149 indigenized, and work is in progress on the balance. We hope to indigenize them in the next few years. This expanding ecosystem driven by indigenization represents India's strategic industrial strength. It ensures that the Navy's future capabilities will be built in India by Indian industry, powered by Indian innovation. We have set up defense corridors. The Technology Perspective and Capability Roadmap 2025 was promulgated last year. Then there was the launch of TDF and IDEX schemes. We have concluded MOUs with institutions, especially the IITs and ISCs and all, to seek technological solutions for our sustenance as well as future technological challenges. Since the launch of IDEX in 2018, over 585 challenges have been taken up across all the 3 services. And I'm happy to inform you that 198 of these, that is about 35%, pertain to the Indian Navy. These initiatives have enabled us to collaborate with more than 150 startups and MSMEs directly, while the overall number is almost 6,000. We are interacting with almost 6,000 MSMEs and startups, a number which is generally not known. AON has been accorded out of these for 31 schemes worth almost 2,700 crores, and contracts have been concluded for 18 cases out of this 31, almost up to 1,600 crores is the value. And the investment is about just 415 crores from the MOD. So you see the value addition that has been done. The government has put in about 400 odd crores. We have got contracts of 1,600 crores, that is 4x, and AON going up to almost 7x. And we will definitely be concluding more contracts in the near future. The Srijan portal, which was initiated by the Department of Defense Production for private sector, as far as sustenance is concerned, for indigenization, out of the 1,932 naval items, we have already indigenized 402. So it's work in progress, 25% completed, and that's what has been done in the last 3 years. So we have actually actively embraced all these initiatives, and accordingly we have made organizational changes also, wherein we have set up the Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, or NIO, which is our technology and indigenization incubator. Additionally, our Technology Development and Acceleration Cell, or TDAC, Directorate of Indigenization, and the Special Task Forces, which the CNS alluded to, closely collaborate with startups, industry, and academia to handhold tech development and build innovative and indigenous solutions. Then we've got avenues like Swavalamban, where Indian Navy's Innovation and Indigenization Seminar, which is used to develop advanced capabilities like drones, counter-drone systems, autonomous systems, underwater vehicles, boat swarms, directed energy weapons, etc. In addition, we are also looking at reviewing our doctrines, and therefore the recently released Indian Maritime Doctrine guides the Navy's approach to capacity building, operational preparedness, and integration with sister services to operate effectively and prevail in a contested, uncertain, and continuously competitive environment. Today's competition unfolds in gray zones marked by persistent coercion, disruption, and influence activities that fall short of declared war but carry strategic consequences. And therefore, protracted conflicts persist alongside brief, high-intensity engagements, and we are tuning our future responses based on doctrinal concepts also as far as this is concerned. This convergence of enduring contestation and episodic violence demands a force posture that is continuously prepared, strategically agile, and operationally integrated across all domains. The Navy has nurtured indigenous design and warship building program since the late 1950s, when INS Ajay, the first indigenous built ship by JRSC, was delivered in 1960 at Kolkata. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this. And since then, the Navy has transformed from a buyer's Navy to a builder's Navy with the capability to design, most importantly, design and build ships across the spectrums of size and complexity, from aircraft carriers to destroyers, stealth frigates, to submarines and even nuclear power submarines. Today, this commitment has matured into one of India's greatest defense industrial success stories. And from the early 70s, vessels such as the Nilgiri class to complex in-house designed warships such as the latest aircraft carrier INS Vikrant, the Navy's ship design journey reflects a steady march towards self-reliance and technological sophistication. In the recent past, our warship building has evolved with the adaptation of latest technologies and construction as far as design is concerned also. And there has been significant focus on optimizing space, developing novel hull forms with improved stealth capabilities, and imbibing modular construction techniques, incorporation of generative AI in ship design, integrated systems, engineering, digital twins, integration of VR, AR, and sustainable marine technologies. The Navy is also progressing in a mission mode towards integrating AI-based diagnostic tools and testing facilities. From a modest beginning at independence, we are now a modern blue water Navy with comprising over 140 ships and submarines. Significantly, the majority of these platforms have been constructed in Indian shipyards. And more importantly, as the CNS alluded again, all the 50 ships currently under construction are being built in India. This not only reflects our commitment to self-reliance, but also the growing strength and maturity of our shipbuilding or warship building ecosystem. There is an issue with shipbuilding, but I'm specifically focusing on warship building. And apart from the 50 ships that are already under construction, acceptance of necessity has been accorded for 75 ships and submarines. All of them will be built in India in the next few years, with a total amounting to about almost 2.5 lakh crore rupees. And there is a further windfall as far as we are concerned, because we have calculated and analyzed that for each rupee that is spent by the shipyard in the shipbuilding assets as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, the trickle-down factor is almost 6 times as far as the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 vendors are concerned, and the employment factor is almost 2 to 3 times. So that is what is this warship building capacity and capability putting back into the Indian economic ecosystem. Going beyond platforms, we are also pushing self-reliance to a more grassroots level, what we call Atmanirbharta at the component and sub-component level. Vikrant, which stands as a powerful symbol of India's technological capability and industrial confidence, had about 76% indigenous consent. We are making further progress on this front, with the ships being commissioned today carrying more than 86% of the indigenous content, as indicated again by the CNS in the morning. Atmanirbharta at this level helps us to upgrade on the go, with successive ships of the same project witnessing technological upgrades. For instance, INS Anjadeep incorporated hydrofoils as a propulsion enhancement, reflecting our commitment to continue evolving even within our project. So that's the 6th of the 7th ship, and we changed the propulsion as far as modernization and Atmanirbharta is concerned. It needs no reiteration that technology has become a diverse and decisive element of power, shaping every aspect of conflict, from decision-making to execution. To stay ahead, we must adapt and adopt these cutting-edge technologies to ensure that indigenous tailor-made solutions are developed to meet our operational requirements. Space-based systems, artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, and network-centric operations are redefining military capability. The Indian Navy is actively embracing these technologies to enhance operational effectiveness and future readiness. Gentlemen, we have been behind the curve in almost all the technologies that we see today. But we have to look ahead and identify technologies where even the world over we are at TRL 2, TRL 3, and let's get on to those technologies. The Indian Navy is identifying those technologies which will mature to TRL 7, 8, 9 in the next 5 to 7 years, and we need to catch up with them. This is the time to do it. We have all the wherewithal. All we need is a focused approach, and we are looking at those technologies. We are working to integrate artificial intelligence across operational and support domains, enhancing situational awareness, decision-making, and operational efficiency. Towards institution of AI framework and infrastructure, we have established the Indian Navy Incubation Center for Artificial Intelligence, INICAI, at Bengaluru in Jan 2023, and commissioned our first AI compute center, Crystal, with state-of-the-art GPUs in March 25. We have more than 50 AI-enabled applications which are being developed today, and it is not that we started now, we started this about 3 to 4 years ago. This is primarily to enhance situational awareness, decision-making, logistics, and op effectiveness. To enable such technology-advanced operations, our network-centric warfare capabilities are also being strengthened. Integrated communication network, data fusion systems, and real-time situational awareness enable faster and more effective decision-making. These capabilities are essential for modern naval operations across vast maritime spaces. Another critical focus area, therefore, for us is the space, where satellite-based communication, surveillance, and navigation provide essential support for maritime domain awareness and operational effectiveness. The Indian Navy is strengthening its space-enabled capabilities to ensure persistent surveillance, secure communication, and operational resilience. Additionally, to prepare for future conflicts, security of data needs to be assured during transmission and also while in storage. Accordingly, we are actively involved in development of quantum networks, which would further strengthen our communication, and quantum sensors to ensure enhanced operational capabilities in the near future. Autonomous systems are emerging as another critical force multiplier. The Navy is progressively integrating unmanned aerial, surface, and underwater systems to enhance surveillance, reconnaissance, and operational reach. We are advancing manned-unmanned teaming concepts, enabling seamless integration between crewed platforms and uncrewed systems. These efforts are guided by Navy's unmanned roadmap, which has been promulgated with a clear, phased pathway enabling doctrinal evolution and capability development. Concurrently, there is also a focus on countering similar threats from our adversaries and others, so that this also remains a core area of our focus. Yes, yet while we integrate these niche technologies, we remain grounded. The Gartner hype cycle reminds us that every new technology passes through a wave of inflated expectation, a trough of disillusionment, and finally a plateau of productivity. We are focused on starting early and navigating this curve wisely so as to sustain these capabilities that demonstrate true value in maritime context. As a result of modernization of our fleet is being now done at a very fast pace. This year alone in 2026, we plan to commission 20 warships across the spectrum from stealth frigates to even survey ships. This would be the largest ever year-on-year force accretion in our history. Next year, the list is about 13 or 14. 14 max, but definitely 13. This surge in force accretion is testament to the maturing of our domestic shipbuilding ecosystem, enabling the Navy's future roadmap. The scale of induction reflects our investments in indigenous design, growing shipyard capacity, availability of skilled workforce, and coordinated project execution. Over the next decade, ladies and gentlemen, the Navy's force levels are planned to grow to 200 plus ships from what we have today, 142 plus, and submarines, Of these, more than 50% would be less than 10 years old. The ships of the future will be larger, more capable and more technologically advanced, with enhanced endurance, greater combat capability, and improved facets of survivability. Naval aviation arm is also set to expand with technologically advanced new generation aircraft, helicopters, and autonomous systems, enhancing operational reach and effectiveness. A large number of contracts have been concluded or in the process, and our naval aviation will have more than 300 aircrafts by 2030. Including unmanned uncrewed systems also in this. However, in today's maritime battle space, platforms alone do not confer advantage. Technological edge resides in the minds and hands of a tech-enabled workforce that can integrate, interpret, and improvise in real time. For a modern Navy, investing in people fluent in AI, cyber, space, and network systems is not just support to combat capability. It itself is a combat capability. Towards ensuring this, naval personnel are being trained in niche domains such as AI and data science through professional enhancement courses in reputed universities in India and abroad for the last 5 years. Induction of naval officers with a BTech degree empowers the Navy for such initiatives. The adoption of cutting-edge technologies, modernization of our force structure, and cultivation of a tech-enabled workforce are not parallel pursuits. They converge into budgetary intent and commitment, fully supported by budgetary allocation to the Indian Navy. In just 5 years, the Navy budget has risen from around 49,000 crores in 2020-21 to more than 1.1 lakh crores in the financial year 26-27. With our share of overall defense spending rising from 15% to over 18%. In fact, I recall when I was handling the naval budget in 2015-16, it was 12.5%. So in the last 10 years, it's gone up from 12.5% and about 20,000 capital budget to about 66,000 now, almost 3 times in the last 10 years. That's a growth that we have been able to achieve because we've been able to get the ships out on time in accordance with whatever we had committed. And never ever we were told that there is no budget or there is a paucity of budget. We were always told you spend the money, you will get whatever more you want. Don't worry about the budget. There is no issue with respect to capital budget as far as our capabilities are concerned. At least that is my knowledge in the last 10 to 12 years is concerned. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, let me submit one enduring truth. Wars are not prevented by rhetoric, but by readiness. Preparing today is not about signaling aggression. It is about denying miscalculation. When preparedness is visible, professional, purposeful, it becomes the strongest guarantee of peace. The Navy is preparing for the future by carrying out threat assessments, refining our doctrines and shaping our CONOPS, and converting these tenets into capability through planned technology adoption to build an integrated force designed for synergized operations across all 6 domains. That is subsurface, surface, air, space, cyber, and cognitive. I think we are the only service which operates in so many domains. In tandem with the goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047, the Indian Navy is shaping its future today through indigenous shipbuilding, technological innovation, industrial partnerships, and investment in a tech-enabled workforce. I also would end to say that if I take you across the map of India, if you start from the creeks in the west to the deserts of Rajasthan, to the plains of Gujarat, to the agricultural plains of Punjab, to the jungles of Jammu and Kashmir, to the very high altitude of the glacier, to the high altitude areas of almost desert-like mountains in Ladakh, to the extreme jungles and heights in northeast and the Sundarbans. Is there any terrain in the world which is left out, which is not there, in which our forces operate? And therefore, anything that is designed by our people, our young innovators in India today, will have a use case, not only in India, but definitely anywhere in the world. And therefore, when we design for in India and make in India, we can do that for the world. That's all. In the end, all that remains now for me is to thank the Republic TV for this opportunity, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Thank you. Jai Hind. Shamna Varuna.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरण होगा। तुमचा कुणाल गेला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला बोलते का गाडी मागवा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, welcome back, friends. Sunday afternoon, and we are cutting out of all programming to focus on that big announcement that's going to be made by the full Election Commission at 4 p.m. A mini general election, so to say, and the Election Commission going to announce the dates and phases for polls to take place in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Bengal, Assam, and of course Puducherry, the Union Territory. And we are going to be non-stop now till the announcement by the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. Shivam joins me in the studios. We're going to have reporters there on the ground, Shivam. And then, of course, some guests to help us understand and analyze what this election means.
Definitely, we'll get you all the latest updates, and the press conference would be live, and we'll give you minute-to-minute updates and what are the possible outcomes and how this election is going to turn up and how difficult and how challenging for all the political parties who will be engaged in this election this time. We'll get you all the details, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Election Commission to announce poll dates for Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala and Puducherry this evening. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Trump also threatens Iran's oil infrastructure after US bombs Kharg Island military sites vital to Iran's oil network. US President Donald Trump calls on allies to send warships, says Hormuz will open one way or the other. Indian Navy escorts LPG carriers Shivalik and Nanda Devi through the Strait of Hormuz amid West Asia war.
All right, that seems like a big breaking news development coming in, Shivam, and that's coming in from Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee, just in the nick of time, just ahead of the announcement by the Election Commission, just an hour before that, has announced a pre-model court SOP for the Bengal clergy. Interestingly, it's for both the Hindu and the Muslim clergy, so to say, the Purohits and the Muezzins, Purohits at the temples and Muezzins of the mosques. And through a post, Mamata Banerjee has said, and I quote, "I am pleased to announce an increase of rupees 500 in the monthly honorariums extended to our Purohits and Muezzins, whose service sustains the spiritual and social life of our communities. With this revision, they will now receive 2,000 rupees per month. At the same time, all fresh applications that have been duly submitted by Purohits and Muezzins have also been approved by the state government." Clearly, there is something building up. Mamata Banerjee trying to hold on to both sides of the political divide, the Hindu and the Muslim polarization that is generally talked about in the context of Bengal. And she announcing, a very secular Mamata Banerjee announcing a pre-election SOP for the Pandits and the Muezzins, or not the Pandits actually, the Purohits of the temples. How many are going to be getting affected? Let's try to understand, Shivam, from our correspondent on the ground. Let's... Okay, we are being joined in by Harsha Chandwani. She joins us live from our Kolkata newsroom. I believe she's joining us live from Delhi today. And okay, Vigyan Bhavan, where Election Commission is going to be meeting and announcing the dates very soon. But Harsha, since you have been in Kolkata also, please tell us the significance of this announcement by Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and how many of the Purohits and Muezzins is going to affect.
All right, we'll try to get back to Harsha for more details. But Abhishek, this comes as a portrayal to be secular before the election announcements, to portray themselves, the TMC, as a secular party. And announcements have to be, they are speeding up the announcements because the elections will be declared in a very short while. Just at 4 p.m., there will be announcements of the poll by the ECI.
Okay, I think Harsha is back with us live on this. Harsha, my question was, Mamata government clearly just in the nick of time making this announcement and this decision. How many of the Purohits and Muezzins is going to affect? And obviously, this is going to add to the polarization politics in the state.
If we talk about only about Calcutta, and only in the South Calcutta region, there are almost more than 10,000, joint Purohits and Muezzins in the Central Calcutta, in the South Calcutta region. But if we talk overall about West Bengal, there'll be many who will be affected by this particular announcement done by Mamata Banerjee. They were earlier getting rupees 1,500 per month, but now they will be getting rupees 2,000 per month. And this she has announced just before the press conference of Election Commission. Abhishek, right now we are here where the press conference of Election Commission is scheduled at 4 o'clock. She very well knows that there will be model code of conduct, and then no announcement could be done from her side for the for the people of the community who are involved in the social service, the Purohits, the Muezzins, who are the part of the state government, who get their money as an honorarium for the state government. So this has been announced today, as you mentioned, in the neck of the time, just before the announcement by Election Commission of the election in the states, all 5 states, in which one is the West Bengal. How much it is going to make an impact? It is going to make an impact because overall there are almost 6 to 10 lakh people who are deployed in each and every, let's say, a social community of the social service, and they will be highly benefited with them. With it, if we talk about about overall West Bengal, the population is almost 7 crore, and in that 7 crore population already there are many electors who are in the adjudication. The numbers have been deleted also, almost 63 lakhs have been deleted also. Now who are left? In that ones mostly are in North Bengal region and in the central Calcutta region. Those will be majorly impacted with this announcement of the Mamata Banerjee. But today, Abhishek, all eyes on the announcement of the election. There's a high-octane election, as we very well know. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, Assam, Puducherry, these states and one UT Puducherry is going for election this month, this year in the month of April. Most of the assemblies are dissolving in the month of May, and therefore this announcement becomes very much important. 45 days time is what is needed for the election commission before the assembly dissolves. The preparation are all set, Abhishek. Let me show you at 4 o'clock. Ganesh Kumar along with other election commissioners will be arriving here. Everyone has been talking about the much anticipated number of phases, that in how many phases the elections will be conducted. However, it is being stated that the Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Puducherry is mostly clear that they will happen at least in 3 to 4 phases. Assam in 2 phases. But about West Bengal, there are a lot of speculation and there was a lot of mulling also, which was done by the CEC after he met political parties in West Bengal during his delegation visit. The political parties stated that they want the election to be held in one phase in the state of West Bengal, which doesn't seem to be possible. We're expecting that in West Bengal, the election will happen either in 2 phases or either in 3 phases. There's a speculation which is going around. Lot of nudging was done over the number of phases in West Bengal. Today there will be a clarity, and also there will be clarity on the number of adjudication electors as well. How many have been disposed from that list and have been added to the elector list? As Mamata has been stating that there's a conspiracy to delete 1.2 crore voters. So exactly what is going to happen of the number of adjudication cases, that clarity also will
Harsha,
from the election commission.
Harsha,
all eyes are on 4 o'clock press conference.
Yeah, we will come to the 4 o'clock press conference in a bit, but just one more question before we diversify the conversation and include SIR impact and other things. My question is this an act of desperation by Mamata Banerjee, or is it very smart move that on the one hand, with the Muezzins, she is consolidating an existing vote bank, and with the SOP to Purohits, she is trying to create a dent in the BJP vote bank?
Act of desperation, Abhishek. We very well know that yesterday Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there in the brigade rally ground, and how the number of Karyakartas and the citizens have gathered there, and at this time announcing something for Purohit, and that to rupees 500 addition to the honorariums, which she has never done in 2021, and also she has not done the same thing in Lok Sabha also. She has never considered Purohits as part of her any announcement or giving them a certain thing just before election. But this is act of desperation, Abhishek, because she very well knows in North Bengal region, if we talk about Malda, Murshidabad, Krishnanagar, all those areas, if we talk about now, there are several parties. Her vote bank is clearly being divided by JUP, Humayun Kabir's party, by AIM coming and joining hands with JUP, also by the ISIF, left party leaders and Congress as well. These all are the minority vote bank parties, and she very well knows that in the major sector, with almost so many votes being cut out from the elector list, her vote bank will be heavily impacted and affected. That is the reason why Mamata Banerjee has just now announced this. She has made an announcement for Purohits. This clearly an act of desperation. She's trying that if some part of the urban voters can deviate, if some part of the Purohit voters can deviate, and they can give the vote to Mamata Banerjee, to TMC party. But let me tell you, Abhishek, there are several parts in West Bengal where anti-incumbency is out, and where the urban voters really feel that it's high time that they need the change in the state of West Bengal. This is really an act of desperation which has come just before just on the day of press conference, and just one day after when Prime Minister had announced 1,000 crore development project scheme for the state of West Bengal.
All right, that's a big development, in fact, on the Bengal politics front, Shivam. Mamata Banerjee there, just in the nick of time. One would say an act of desperation. Another view would be that perhaps it's a very smart move, consolidating one vote bank and trying to dent BJP's vote bank with this one move. Ek teer se do nishan, as it is called. We are being joined in by 2 political analyst guests on this broadcast. CAV Subramanian. He's a political analyst and economist, and we have YG Madhuvanti. She's also a political analyst, both from Chennai, both lean towards the right. And if I could begin with you, Ms. Madhuvanti, because I'm told you have to leave early. Before your comments on Tamil Nadu politics, I would want your quick reaction on this move by Mamata of giving 500 rupees extra to muezzins and purohits of mosques and temples just 1 hour before Election Commission makes the announcement of Model Code of Conduct.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I think it's very clear that she is acting in desperation because she knows that she's on a very big losing wicket as far as West Bengal is concerned. And, just 1 hour before trying to play out such kind of tactics and gimmicks is not going to help because the voter in West Bengal knows what's going on. This is very similar to what's going on in Tamil Nadu also, because the DMK-led Stalin government has, given out 2,000 rupees like this, just gave out 5,000 rupees 1 month ago. All this in acts of desperation because they know there is a huge anti-incumbency here in Tamil Nadu. So they are trying all that they can, all the tricks in the bag to see if they can retain their government. But I don't see that happening. And I definitely am sure that the BJP has a very strong hold in West Bengal.
Right. And Mr. Subramanian, what are you expecting in terms of the phases, the dates for Tamil Nadu polls, Election Commission to make that announcement shortly?
See, except West Bengal, the remaining state and the Pondicherry Union Territory, they will go in a single phase. And probably West Bengal, they will go for a 3-phase election. I think previously it was 7. Now, I think after introduction of SIR, after scrutinizing the voters list and removing the duplicate and all those things, I think now we have got a confidence that it can be held in 3 or 4 phases. Definitely, it may not be 7. That's what my assumption is. Considering the dates, okay, today I think at 4 p.m. the ECI is going to announce. Probably they need about 40 to 60 days. Taking that, I think the election for all the states and union territory will be held in between from May 1st week and May 2nd week, anywhere between that. I think NEET exams are coming, JP and JEE exams are also coming. So considering those 2 exams which are critical, competitive exams, so I think ECI may fit in the election dates accordingly. That's what my view is.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. Good opening comments from our panel, Shivam, and let's take it forward. What's next?
Yeah, definitely, but I have one question to YG Madhuvanti. Ma'am, you said that this won't be having much of an impact, but this comes as one among the many announcements that are already in place. There's already 1,200 per month for SC/ST women. There is 1,000 to 1,500 rupees for general OBC women that has already been announced. There is a Rupashri Prakalpa announcement that is already in place. So this is among one of the many freebies that has been announced by the West Bengal government. Don't you think it will be an added boost because they know freebies do work in elections in India? Ma'am.
I don't think so. I beg to differ because just by announcing freebies, I don't think you can win the hearts of the people of West Bengal, because the people of West Bengal have seen through the atrocities committed by this government. They've seen through the corruption. They've seen through what Mamata Banerjee is capable of. So the people of West Bengal are not fools. I keep saying this all the time, be it Tamil Nadu, be it West Bengal, be it anywhere. The people of this country want development. And they are seeing development happen wherever there has been a double-engine sarkar, especially when the Modi government takes charge. So I don't think the people are going to, fall for this freebie stuff. I mean, this freebie thing is not going to work anymore.
Okay, we have another breaking coming in while we stay with the guests for their comments because things are building up. We are getting breaking news developments from Kerala, from Tamil Nadu, from Assam and from Bengal. We began with Bengal. Let's go to the next one, which is coming in from, again, staying with Bengal. Bengal BJP leader writes to Election Commission on misuse of CAPFs by Mamata government. BJP alleges misuse. Can we correct the spelling mistake, please? Okay, another breaking. Okay, now Mr. Subramanian, specific to Tamil Nadu, is this going to be a three-cornered contest finally for the first time in the history of state politics? Or you think that Vijay might just prove to be a non-starter given the kind of polarized voting patterns we have seen in Tamil Nadu for decades?
See, I would say Vijay is slightly better than Seeman, the non-Tamilar Kachi, in terms of vote percentage. So Seeman is scoring in the range of 8% in the past 3-4 elections. So Vijay may have about anything between 8 to 10. So I don't see that as a three-way contest, because see, three-way contest means you need to have a good alliance. So in Tamil Nadu politics, okay, it's very difficult to go with the single party. That's what the history shows to us also, except to one election where Madam Jayalalitha fought on her own and won the election. Other than that, I think after 1967, the elections are fought on the alliance strength. So that is why ADMK and DMK, election after election, they have been having alliance with Congress. Congress will go to first time to DMK, next time to ADMK. That's how we have been seeing the alliance trend and strategy. So Tamil Nadu people, I think they want to vote for an alliance partner who are strong in the central, so that they can bring some good schemes to state also. Because this Dravida model, that's what the name claimed by the current Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, is not doing a great things what they promised. Okay, in 2021, when they gave the manifesto, I think you all aware that they gave about 512 manifesto promises, of which only 13% only fulfilled. To put the number, kind of 68 to 70 only they fulfilled out of 525. But having said that, I think recently also typically what Mamata Banerjee today, she announced about 500 rupees extra scheme to the Purohits. So M.K. Stalin also announced 5,000 rupees. So I will put analogy, when the weaker students are going to appear for exams, what they will do? They'll study in the last 24th hour, right? So that's how these guys are going to do. They're trying to do, actually. They lost all the 5 years, almost 4.5 years. Okay, nothing they have done. So why can't they announce all these schemes, identifying the beneficiaries, who need the money, so who need the investments? Can they do some analysis in the past 5 years and done all these schemes in upfront? So this is typically the anti-incumbency is growing day by day. To beat that, I think they're trying to put some small money in the packet of people. Yeah. I think people are very, very intelligent. Okay, I don't think they're going to come back to power. So both, I think it is applicable to Mamata Banerjee and M.K. Stalin also.
Right, Mr. Subramanian, in fact, it's building up very interestingly insofar as Bengal is concerned. Ms. Madhuvanti, just stay with us. Another breaking coming in from Bengal. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, after announcing that 500 rupee extra SOP to Purohits and Muezzins, now going with an order to release arrears.
Very, very big development, because one announcement after the other, and she said, I'm happy to announce that our Mati Manush government has delivered on its promise to all its employees and pensioners, and to lakhs of teachers and non-teaching staff of our educational institutions, as well as employees and pensioners of our other grant and aid institutions like panchayats, municipal bodies and other local bodies, etc. Now they will start receiving the ROPA 2009 DNS allowance arrears from March 2026 onwards, as per the modalities detailed out in the notifications issued by our finance department. So this is another announcement, and this just has been announced very short while ago. The press conference is at 4 p.m. She's announcing this at 3:05.
Well, absolutely. This seems like a SOP parade by Mamata just an hour before the dates are announced, and hence the model code of conduct kicks in. More breakings. Can we get more breakings from Kerala, from Tamil Nadu? We have reporters joining us live. I believe Congress has...
Okay.
Assam has, I believe there is a Congress list coming out, and for that. Anirudh is joining us live for more on this. So we are continuing to be getting those breakings. Shivam, take us to the next break.
Another big breaking from Assam. Assam Congress announces second list of candidates. Now, in view of the Assam Legislative Assembly elections, the Congress party has announced the list, the second list for 23 seats. Along with this, we also have announced, comes from Congress, that they have announced seats for alliance partners, various regions and national left-wing parties on 15 seats. So they have done this announcement for the second list for 23 seats. Anirudh is joining us live for more details. Anirudh, if you can put this into perspective and give us the details of the seats and the main competitive seats where it will be a tough battle for the Congress and also for the BJP. If you can share us the seats, share the sheets with us.
Yes, Shivam. In fact, yesterday the Congress came out with its second list. In the first list, most of the seats, particularly key seats, were announced, including Jorhat, from where Gaurav Gogoi will be contesting this time. And in the second list, we have seen that there are many important constituencies of which the candidates were announced. But yes, again, some of the very key constituencies of the state, like, Bhawanipur, Horbuk, which happens to be a historically important constituency, keeping in view the history of the Assam movement. The Berhampur seat, which is another significant seat, these seats have been left out for the alliance partners. There are 4 key alliance partners as far as the Congress party is concerned, and they have left 15 seats for these alliance partners in the second list. In the first list, no seats were actually left for the alliance partners, or no any indications were given whether which seats will be left out. But yes, in the second list, 15 seats have been left out. In the first list itself, they had announced candidates for 30 plus constituencies, and that also include Gaurav Gogoi's candidature from Jorhat constituency. Another important thing that has also been seen in the Congress's list is that the influence of dynastic politics is clearly visible. In the first list, we saw Gaurav Gogoi himself being the son of former Chief Minister Tarun Gogoi. Another son of former Chief Minister Hiteshwar Saikia was also in the list that was announced in the first list by the Congress party. There were also sons of many influential Congress leaders who had managed to get their sons inducted in the list. In the second list that has come out,
stay with us. We have to take a short commercial break. We'll come to you for more details because it's very less time is left for the press conference. Everybody is waiting for the press conference. Let's take a short commercial break first, and then we'll come back and give you minute-to-minute updates of the press conference. Coming up, poll body briefing today, just in a short while. Just half an hour.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जल जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे अनुसार नहीं होगा हो गया
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू
नहीं तो तुम तो करेगा
अरे अनुसार नहीं होगा हो गया चिंता कुमार गिरा नीचे अब गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता दे दो चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप गाड़ी जा ही रहा है कौन बोलता गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है आप पता है लोग
All right, welcome back, friends. Our build-up to that big press conference by the full election commission continues. It's happening at 4 p.m. You have the timer and the countdown on your screens, and we are continuing with breakings coming in. Suddenly, it seems all the leaderships in these states have become active in making statements so that they can beat the model code of conduct if they have to make announcements. We saw Bengal doing it. Mamata Banerjee, 2 big announcements there, clearing pensions and arrears and announcing another 500 rupees for Purohits and Muezzins. And now we have another round of breaking. Let's go to that. Shivam?
Yeah, this is coming from Kerala. Another big breaking news coming in from Kerala. Just before the poll announcement, the date announcement, now Kerala BJP is expressing confidence over NDA candidates. Now Kerala BJP chief says that announcement on candidates in next few days. So there is no hurry when it comes to Kerala, I guess. Now,
okay, I think bigger breaking was that he's accusing the left of a U-turn on the Sabarimala temple row. Remember the earlier position? Okay, let's take a quick comment from Ms. Madhuvanti on this. Madhuvanti, you know, the Pinarayi Vijayan government in 2018 took a position that all women should be allowed, all age groups, irrespective of their limitations, they should be allowed in the temple. I believe they paid some price in 2019 elections, in the general elections. Now they are saying that let's have a stakeholder consultation before the Supreme Court, it's hands off, and the BJP flagging it. BJP is saying, oh, whoa, what has happened? Why are you becoming so cautious? Why this U-turn?
See, Abhishek, this is normal for all this entire indie gang. This is the normal modus operandi if you look at it. Just come election, they will all turn pro-Hindu. And after the election is over, they will all call themselves the so-called secular. And they will talk only for the minorities. This whole Kerala episode was something that was absolutely handled in the most immature and dirty way by the Kerala government, if you ask me, because this is a tradition that is generations old. It's not something that came up yesterday. And to try and belittle it and say that women of all ages can walk into Sabarimala is a complete disgrace and a complete blemish as far as the Hindu faith is concerned. This is exactly something similar to what's going on in Tiruparam Kundram in Tamil Nadu. But the minute you know that there is an election round the corner, all these people take a U-turn because they suddenly realize that the Hindus form a majority in this country and that you have to appease the Hindus because you need the Hindu vote. Only during election time. Because after that, the Hindus of this country can be taken for granted. So this is nothing new to me. This is I'm not at all surprised that the Kerala government is doing what it's doing at this point in time.
Also, surprisingly, Madhuvanti, not many people understand it, perhaps that nuance that in Kerala, the left is the Hindu party, it's the Congress which is the Muslim party. And that's going to be a conversation going forward. But coming to a breaking from your state, Madhuvanti and Mr. Subramaniam, stay with us. Interesting there that while all parties are focusing on vote banks of community types, this is TVK making that big announcement there, cashing in on the present crisis of LPG, it seems, Shivam. Let's break that story first.
Yeah, they have decided to distribute cookers, electric cookers, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, electric cookers, they want to distribute electric cookers just because of they want to cash into this LPG shortage, though the government has confirmed there is no shortage. Now, TVK distributes electric cookers to auto drivers. Now, TVK steps up campaign ahead of the polls. Now, this is very big. Now, TVK wants to make a mark and show that, yeah, we are also there and we are also making a mark. TVK using the opportunity of LPG gas crisis. Now, this as a step, they are going to. They have distributed electric cookers. Now, Sharda is with us for more details. Sharda, if you can put this into perspective and share more details. Electric cookers being distributed by the TVK.
Well, as you see, the current scenario in the state of Tamil Nadu, especially with the commercial hotels declining and also domestic, wise though the state government has announced that need not be panicked, but multiple, especially the female home runners have run to gas counters asking for new gas cylinders because the gas cylinders are empty. Using this opportunity, TVK cashed on yesterday evening and distributed 252 electric cookers because there is a shortage of gas cylinders, and these 252 electric cookers were given to the people in T Nagar constituency, where TVK's party General Secretary N. Anand has a huge amount of understanding that he might be standing in that constituency. He might be nominating himself from that constituency. Have targeted T Nagar and distributed 250 electric cookers, especially for the auto rickshaw drivers. Following that, it's not just a TVK that's cashing on in this policy. Just before the elections announcement, we saw the DMK giving 5,000 to 1 crore women in the family, which is the promise done by the DMK in the manifesto in 2021. And if you remember, just days before, AIADMK announced 15 poll promises, 5 on each special day, and all these 15 were monetary benefits for the people of Tamil Nadu, while DMK and ADMK are cashing on the monetary policies as welfare schemes for the state. TVK is now trying to use the LPG crisis and bidding themselves because though they promised 8 different plans for women, and that was announced on Women's Day by TVK leader Vijay, there's also a question if only if the party comes to power, this manifestos will become true. But however, as before the poll promise can be done, they're using this particular opportunity to cash in, this particular opportunity to make sure that at least they providing electric cookers to these people would bring in the particular constituency people turn their eye towards TVK, which is a third party apart from the 2 major leading parties, which has been fighting in the last 50 years. I mean, anybody who knows Tamil Nadu's politics understands that the DMK and the ADMK have been the 2 single-shot parties, have been fighting for so many years, and it's only secondary parties and alliance that's been there, and now it's either NDA and India alliance in place, but still DMK and ADMK holds a stronghold. And this brings in a question whether TVK will play a tertiary party in fighting these elections or not. And this announcement comes in a crucial time where Vijay is in Delhi for the CBI inquiry. If you remember the Karur stampede back from September 27, 2025, 41 lives were lost. And today there's talks in the CBI that the final charge sheet will be filed after Vijay's statement today.
Okay, Sharda, you know, suddenly it seems everyone is getting smarter, and they believe that they can really woo the voters only in this manner. So be it 5,000 rupees of Stalin or 500 bucks of Mamata Banerjee, or in this case electric cookers because there is an LPG crisis, by the TVK of Vijay. Mr. Subramaniam, your comments on this. I mean, while Vijay is likely to be the third front or the X factor in Tamil Nadu polls this time, and you believe that he's perhaps a little better prepared than the opposition, this move seems like very smart in terms of its timing.
No, they are not thought about the purpose of LPG. Okay, purpose of LPG is to cook rice, and as well as you need the other ingredients, right? You need a sambar and other stuff, right? Curries and all, right? So electric cookers, I think they can do only the rice cooking, if you ask me. So what about the other stuff which are mainly required as a side dish for the main menu? So they didn't thought about it. If they're smart, probably they should have given the induction stove along with some induction utensils. That's what I'm expecting from the political parties. So just for sake of giving, like DMK giving rupees 3,000 as I know that Magalir Urimai Toga is in advance, and as well as 2,000 rupees as the summer incentive. Okay, typically these guys also giving. Okay, but TVK, how long they can give or justify? Because I think TVK is not having a large base or large corpus of providing all these freebies, right? So DMK is having a government's fund. I think they are not worried about borrowing it and giving it to the people. People know that it is only by borrowing they are giving it. Because if you recall that 5,000 rupees they gave it on February 13th, immediately on February 14th, they announced in the newspaper calling for tender for they issued the bonds, the government bonds at the rate of 7.5% as interest, and borrowed 4,000 crores. So 4,000 crores you borrowed and you gave the money to 5,000 crores to the people. Because that 3,000 rupees, the Magalir Urimai, the money given to the ladies, it's already budgeted as a borrowing in the last year fiscal budget. So whatever the money they spent extra, about 3,900 crores, has been borrowed from the people and given to the people. Okay, so we don't need a big political strategist or good politician to do all these things. Anybody can do it actually. So similarly, TVK is also following the same path what the Stalin is also doing, but people are not going to get carried away by this. I think people are very smart. They know that Tamil Nadu has reached about 10.5 lakh crore debt, okay, by 2026, March 2026. And if BMKs, I don't wish that they will come back to power. Somehow if they come back to power, Tamil Nadu will reach 20 lakh crore debt by 2031. If we don't arrest leakages in the government and reduce the expenses, if they're going to borrow again, and Tamil Nadu will be at 20 lakh crore. Right. I think all the governments, just for the sake of election, they're announcing this. I think people are shrewd enough because of the media awareness now it's going on across India. I think people will give them back in 2026 election by removing them from the power.
Right. Mr. Subramanian, since you have made the conversation so appetizing, mentioning sambar, etc., I would say if politicians are being smart, people can be smarter. So they can take cash from the DMK, they can take a pressure cooker or the electric cooker rather from the TVK, they can take sambar masala from the AIA DMK and still decide where the fiscal bread can be buttered. And I think on that note, we have another breaking. Shivam,
yeah, definitely take it from everybody, but choose your leader wisely. That's the thing. That's what the voters should do, and they do that also. Another big breaking coming in from West Bengal. Now, this is Mamata Banerjee again. Mamata Banerjee to cut tickets of 30% sitting MLAs in this election. Now, this decision will be taken after IPAC, the same IPAC, who advised the Chief Minister to field more tribal, women and spiritual contenders in this election to maintain the trust on the government in this light development and cultural project for SC, ST community of Kora, Dome, Khumbakar, Munda was also announced. So this is a very big development. Harsha is also live with us. Harsha, I want your comment on this. I think that Mamata Banerjee is targeting the North Bengal region when she's deciding to cut the tickets of 30% to MLAs and also focusing more on the tribal belt, on women and spiritual contenders. Is this focus on the North Bengal region this time? Harsha?
And majorly it's a focus on the people who have been deprived of all the development, infrastructure development and other sort of development in the state of West Bengal. If you see the region of the Bakura, the region of the Purulia and also the several regions in North Bengal, we have the tea plantation tribals, we have the tribals, the Totus and the other communities like Dome, Kumbhakar, Mandu. We have so many communities over there who have been deprived of all the development in the state of West Bengal. Now Mamata Banerjee is targeting them because she very well knows this election is not going to be as easy for her as a free cakewalk as it was in the year of 2021, and that is the reason why she will be cutting this time the tickets of almost 25 to 30% sitting MLAs. And also what has been advised by IPAC to Mamata Banerjee is that she should field more women voters, contenders from the tribal community, contenders from the social class and the communities who are socially active. The people who are socially active in the society, those should be fielded and be given tickets this time, because this time the stake is very high, not only in the region of North Bengal but in the region of the Eastern Bengal as well. If we talk about the Malda Murshidabad area, or if we talk about the southern Calcutta region, or if we talk about the East Dinajpur and the region of the Howrah-Hooghly region, everywhere she very well knows that the dent from several parties will affect her vote bank, and therefore she's targeting the vote bank which is not targeted yet. And that's the strategy which IPAC, the election campaign committee of Mamata Banerjee, has decided this time for the chief minister. And we have been expecting that after the first round of meeting of Mamata Banerjee with her election campaign committee, she'll be announcing the leaders who should be announcing she'll be fielding the contenders who are mostly from this belt and this community soon once the elections are announced. Back to you.
Definitely. So this comes as a change in strategy, Abhishek, because it's not the same election every time. You have to rethink, re-innovate every time you go to an election, a new election. What's your take on this?
Well, obviously, but in the case of IPAC, it's an agency under investigation, and it's a body under investigation. And remember those pictures. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us. I believe you have to go. You can go for those briefings. We have more breakings, and we are going to focus on them. We have more graphic elements telling people and our viewers what's lined up next. Let me go to Mr. Subramanian. Mr. Subramanian, when we were discussing last, the smarter people deciding what to take from whom and then ultimately make a call. You raised your finger, you wanted to say something, you had to add something to that.
Yeah, see, in 2011, if you see when Karunanidhi was in power, that is Stalin's father was in power, so he announced it, just like that, what Mamata is doing today. He announced about 3% sales tax reduction on our petrol and diesel in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so people were shrewd enough, they got those benefits. But 2011, they removed Karunanidhi from the political power. So next 10 years, they couldn't come. Okay, till 2021, ADMK was ruling that. So people are, I think, they are getting knowledge day by day, and they know that whatever the benefits they are going to get, it should be directly improve their daily income or their employment. If the employment is not increased or the industries are not going to come, it's only by giving a poor cash in their hand. I think these political parties are not going to gain power. So that is what the message we are getting it. I think in the past 6 elections, about 4 elections, wherever they announced freebies, those parties, they are not come back to the power. So barring 2 instances where anti-incumbency was not there. But predominantly in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, you see the anti-incumbency is there. It's dead against the current ruling governments. That is why they are worried. They are actually in the last 24th hour, they are giving the freebies so that at least they can get deposits from the constituencies wherever they are going to contest.
If you go by the number of times that the present government has been in power, So in the case of Bengal, this Mamata government completes 3 terms. In the case of
3 terms.
Kerala, interestingly, it's generally a swing state, but the Pinarayi government completes 2 terms. In the case of Tamil Nadu, of course, they have just done 1 term. But before that, interestingly, AIADMK had gotten 2 terms. So if you look at the anti-incumbency chart, maybe some against Mamata, maybe some against Pinarayi. You are saying you are confident that there is anti-incumbency against Stalin, but I don't know whether the opposition is strong enough to really seize the moment. Obviously, consolidation phase for Hemanta does not look like there is anti-incumbency, because even though BJP has had 2 terms, Hemanta has had 1 term, very visibly visible term there as the Chief Minister of Assam. So what are we looking at? I mean, why are you saying that there is an anti-incumbency against Stalin? There might be, but is the opposition really prepared to seize the moment?
The history of Tamil Nadu says that the DMK has not come back to the power, okay, second term. So that means whenever they come to power, before they come to power, they promise something. They say that they will do a hell of a lot of things. They bring employment opportunities. They bring industrial investments. But after they come back to power, so they forget everything, okay? So they focus only on their wealth creation, okay? So the minister's wealth creation, the first family wealth creation, so they'll be focusing on that. Just after 4 years, 4.5 years, they'll be thinking about people and announcing a lot of freebies. And whenever they issue the manifesto, like in the 2021, when they issued the manifesto, they said about 505 election promises they are given. But nothing they implemented, hardly 15%. I can count on that. Even that 1,000 rupees freebies to the ladies, okay, they announced after 28 months. Okay, 2021, May 2021, they came to power. They announced it in September 2023, or they implemented in September 2023. That too, because we had a by-election in February 2023. The one single seat where the earlier politician, EVKS Ilangovan's son died, okay, due to some heart attack. So the by-election came in February 2023. Because to win that one election, because the anti-incumbency was started setting in there itself. So to avoid that, he announced that scheme, 1,000 rupees freebie scheme to the ladies. So they implemented in September 2023. Okay. So even after 28 months, okay, they are not able to fulfill any of the promises. Now they announced 5,000 rupees. Okay. So I think information has been prepared and consolidated and presented to all the people, including the Patali Makkal Katchi, Mr. Anbumani Ramadas. He has prepared about 60 pages book where he is categorically saying that which sector, how many number of promises he has given, how many number of promises he has implemented. Okay. He says about 69 promises only implemented. Okay. Out of 512, which is about 12.94% precisely. And they're not thinking about any law and order situation. One sitting judge, he gave the judgment saying that because of this lockup death, he has criticized, or he has noted in the judgment saying that only the restrooms in the lockups are slippery, which means the accidents or incidents happening within the lockup is creating a lot of deaths in the lockups, which the government is not ready to take action.
Mr. Subramaniam, one very big factor this election is going to be the SIR and the kind of number of votes that have got cut or removed or deleted or whatever you say. And that's going to have an impact, make no mistake. And that's why I think there is some trepidation among those parties who do not generally trust opposition. But we'll come to that. Before that, I think Shivam has a question for Sharda on the ground there in Chennai.
Sharda, if you can share the public sentiments and also the issues that concerns the citizens, the locals in that region, and also will the anti-incumbency factor play an important role this time? Sharda.
Well, every time in Tamil Nadu, after 4.5, the ruling party always ends up at anti-incumbency. It is only once in the last 50 years that the AIADMK came back to power for the second time, which is in 2016 when Jayalalitha was the chief ministerial candidate. But after that, every DMK
ending at a point of anti-incumbency. But the question right now that stays in the ground of Tamil Nadu is, will DMK come back to power? And after the election announcement, there's one thing that's very important that Tamil Nadu needs to look at is this particular Kharg stampede, the charge sheet which will be filed by the CBI, because after today on 17th, the DMK MLA Sendil Balaji, whom the TDK had been pointing out as the prime suspect of this particular thing, accusing the DMK of what happened in Kharg. 17th, he's been called by the CBI and summoned by the CBI for questioning. So it is only after the CBI charge sheet we can actually tell whether it is the drawback of the DMK or the TVK. And on the other side, we have NDA, which is led by the AIADMK. While DMK has already decided what the seat sharing would be, AIADMK and the BJP still is yet to decide whether there's a coalition government or not, or whether there will be power sharing, what is the seat sharing process. It's all incomplete. So after today, 4 p.m. when the election dates are announced.
What's the possible future for TVK, especially when he's being questioned as we speak by the CBI? All right, we have another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and it is about SIR. And this is from Escalation. The Election Commission has faced questions several times. This comes from him, Akhilesh Yadav's remarks before EC briefing. He says the Election Commission has faced questions several times, whether it's the discrimination over SIR or how the government looted votes in the by-election. These are his words. In the by-elections, numerous questions have arisen. Now, therefore, as the Election Commission is about to announce elections in several states today, the Election Commission should assure that there will be a fair election and there will be no discrimination against anyone, anywhere. And this is a constitutional body, and it is their responsibility that no questions are raised about their credibility. Now, this comes from SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who is questioning the Election Commission even before the press conference has started. And he said that EC should assure that it will be a fair election, Abhishek.
All right.
How much fairer should it be?
Let's try to understand what these jitters are about. Let me take this to Mr. Subramaniam. We were having this conversation, Mr. Subramaniam, about the opposition or the parties that are maybe ruling in the states but are in opposition to the center, not trusting this exercise of SIR, and now Akhilesh Yadav making it so apparent. Just ahead of Election Commission's announcement of poll dates, Akhilesh Yadav making this statement, doubting the integrity of the Election Commission yet again, despite all clear from the topmost court of the country.
See, with regard to SIR, okay, I would like to quote from my own example. So we moved from one constituency to the other constituency. In my family, there were 4 voters. Okay, my father is no more, so his name has been removed from the voters list. And my name, my wife, and my mother, all the 3 names have been restored. So we are given the correct documents, Aadhaar-based documents, everything. It has been restored. That's why if you see in Tamil Nadu, there is no noise at all by M.K. Stalin, the CM. He's one of the key partner in INDA alliance, right? Only the West Bengal, madam is creating a lot of noise. You know the reasons behind that. So she has got a lot of votes, fake votes in the past, okay, from infiltrators, so which we are trying to arrest. I think the BJP government has put a lot of conditions, and that's why the SIR has been brought in. They are given a lot of evidences. You can give whatever the documents you are having to prove that you are residing in this area, okay? And they are relaxing a lot of conditions. I think we are able to see significant duplicate votes and voters who are not anymore due to the death or the migrated to some other countries. So the real person who are going to be there here are eligible to vote. Everybody's name has been registered in the voters list now. I think the only Rahul Gandhi was taking it in the parliament, because in each and every parliament session he will bring new issue, so that he will be the talking point.
Oh, Madhuvanti was there. Madhuvanti, just stay with us. I'm coming back to you on the other side of a very short, quick break. Then we, of course, build up to that big announcement of poll dates and phases by the Election Commission.
Yeah. Just a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Election Commission to announce poll dates for Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala and Puducherry in a short while. In a few minutes. Coming up.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसार ही होगा। तुमचा कुणाल केला नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे का गाडी मागवा
All right, very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I have Abhishek with me, and we will be analyzing. First of all, the PC, the press conference is about to start, and the poll dates for 4 states and 1 union territory will be announced very shortly, Abhishek.
Well, as it happens, I believe the election commissioners are arriving, but you know what to expect. First up, the dates, then the phases, then the arrangements and booths, the deployment, security situation, etc. But typically how it happens that the EC takes it in the reverse order. First they make the announcement of arrangements, booths, deployments, any novelty, anything new they are trying, and then they talk about phases and dates towards the last. This is going to go on for about an hour. Interesting briefing there by the Election Commission as it happens before every election. This is the first election after the SIR in these states, including a special one that happened in Assam. This is the first election happening after delimitation in Assam. This is an election which is for the first time insofar as impact of Bangladesh on Bengal and Assam is concerned. Live pictures coming in. The Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar taking over the mics.
Before we start, may I request you to keep your mobile phones on mute mode, please. I welcome you all to the press conference of the Election Commission of India as we gather here for the announcement of poll dates for the general elections to the legislative assemblies of Assam, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal. We have amongst us the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner, Shri Gyanesh Kumar Sir, Honorable Election Commissioner Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu Sir, Honorable Election Commissioner Dr. Vivek Joshi Sir, Senior DECs Shri Manish Garg, Shri Gyanesh Bharti, Dr. Pavan Kumar Sharma, DEC Shri Bhanu Prakash Yeturu, and DG IT Dr. Seema Khanna. Now may I request the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner Shri Gyanesh Kumar Sir to share his thoughts with you and announce the dates of polling. Sir.
My dear electors of Assam, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, during the past few days, the Commission visited all the poll-bound states for reviewing the preparedness for the ensuing assembly elections. During these visits, the Commission met all the recognized political parties and received their suggestions. The Commission also met the district electoral officers, the SPs, the IGs, the DIGs, and nodal officers of all the enforcement agencies. The Commission also had meetings with the chief electoral officers, chief secretaries and DGPs of the respective states and union territories. The Commission also facilitated the BLOs for doing an excellent work for the SIR. The Commission also interacted with the young and first-time voters and also our sweep icons who are engaged in voter awareness activities. As all of you are aware, these 5 states and UTs represent distinct geographical and cultural landscapes of India. These elections represent not only a democratic exercise, but also the cultural richness of India and truly reflect the unity and diversity of our nation. Pure electoral rolls are the bedrock of any democracy. With this objective, the special intensive revision is being conducted as per Article 326 of the Constitution to ensure that no illegible elector is left out, while no ineligible person is included in the electoral rolls. I congratulate all the booth level officers, assistant electoral registration officers, electoral registration officers, district election officers, and all election officials who were involved in this work for ensuring its smooth conduct and completion. It has been a massive democratic exercise. Around 17.4 crore electors are going to participate in these elections, an exercise of continental scale and proportionality. To give you a feel of numbers, 17.4 crore electors roughly also comprise the continent of Australia, France, South Africa, Germany, and Canada. We will also see our guests from more than 20 countries from their electoral commissions who will be visiting these elections for witnessing the festive celebrations, the transparent and efficient celebrations of elections in India. The Commission, along with lakhs of election officials and security personnel, is committed for ensuring free, fair, transparent, accessible, and peaceful elections. Election Commission of India is also prepared to welcome each and every voter to their polling stations and provide them with a pleasant and comfortable voting experience. I would also like to make a special appeal to our youth and the first-time voters. My dear friends, you are about to step into one of the most important responsibilities of your life, exercising your democratic right, the right to vote. I urge you to participate enthusiastically in this great democratic exercise and cast your vote with pride, responsibility, and confidence. Your vote is your choice in shaping the future of your state and the nation. Elections in India are the festival of democracy. Chunav ka parv, hum sab ka garv. This festival of democracy belongs to every citizen, every elector of India. Before announcing the schedule of elections, I would like to present before you a brief PPT which will entail the details of these coming elections. The festival of elections, our pride, is going to be held in the state of Assam, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and the Union Territory of Puducherry. The total electors are 17.4 crores, and the assembly constituencies are 824. The number of polling stations is roughly 2.19 lakhs, and the electoral machinery would consist of roughly 25 lakh personnel. To give you an overview, the end of term of Assam Assembly is on 20th of May, Kerala 23rd of May, Puducherry 15th of June, Tamil Nadu 10th of May, and West Bengal 7th of May. To give you a little overview of the electors, Assam, as per the final list, would be roughly 2.5 crores, Kerala 2.7 crores, Puducherry 9.44 lakhs, Tamil Nadu 5.67 crores, and West Bengal, the final list on 20th February comprises of 6.44 crores, and the learned judges, after their adjudication, whatever supplementary list comes, they shall be added. To give you a feel of the category of our electors, we have more than 100 years of age centenarians in Assam, Kerala, even Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal. The 85 plus years of age electors are also good in number. Our Divyang Bhai and Bhai Behan, the first time electors, the electors from 20 to 29 years of age, and service electors. These are statistics which will be circulated to you. A total number of 2.18 lakh polling stations shall be set up. Majority of them will be in rural areas. Average per elector is between 750 to 850, less than 900 in any case. The model polling stations will be set up in all the states and UTs, and there will be specially women-managed polling stations. Webcasting shall be 100% in all the polling stations, and there will be Divyang brothers and sisters managed polling stations as well. The electoral exercise in India is one of the largest and most unique exercise in the world. For example, in Assam, the polling teams undertake arduous journey of 50 to 60 kilometers from Majuli via ferry and road, cross Brahmaputra River, and finally reach the remote Dhanegana polling station where 248 electors are there, and they reach there by tractor in the end. Similarly, in Kerala, Edamalkudi has around 693 electors, a tribal area of Idukki district, where the polling officials reach by completing 30 kilometers of journey through rugged off-road terrain by specified vehicles and followed by 8-kilometer trek by foot. Similarly, in Assam, West Bengal, in Alipurduar district, polling teams trekked through the Buxa Tiger Reserve Hills to reach the polling booths of 759 electors, and similarly in Tamil Nadu, Varusanad Hills in Theni district, polling officers traveled 3 hours across difficult terrain to reach 5 electors. Puducherry also, in its Chidambaram Pillai schools, once a French colony, was designated model polling stations, which has 2 polling stations of 722 and 651 electors. A total of 25 lakh election officials shall be deployed across 5 states and union territory, out of which 15 lakhs will be polling personnel, 8.5 lakh security personnel, 49,000 micro-observers, 1,444 observers, 40,000 counting officials, 21,000 sector officers, and 15,000 micro-observers for counting as well. The voter awareness campaign has progressed well, the maximum of which came through the special intensive revision enumeration forms. Apart from that, the Election Commission itself, the Chief Electoral Officers and our sweep icons have penetrated deep with the substantial range and depth to reach each and every voter. For EVM awareness, various camps have been organized at the district level and even at the returning officers level to ensure that the transparency, the efficiency, and the information dissemination regarding these transparent electronic voting machines reaches the grassroots. The EVM awareness is Assam, Kerala, Puducherry, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal. More than 717 demonstrations centers were set up. Polling stations through mobile distribution vans were set up. People participated in EVM awareness, which is roughly more than 28 lakhs. And people who tried mock polls also, the hands-on on EVMs were more than 25 lakhs. In order to ensure a pleasant voting experience, the Election Commission has issued directions that in every polling stations there shall be provisions for drinking water, toilets, signages, ramps, wheelchairs with volunteers, help desks, voter facilitation centers, sufficient lighting inside the voting compartment with adequate shade shall be there in all the polling stations. Special care shall be taken for all our respected senior citizens and Divyangjan. The polling station shall be on the ground floor. There shall be ramps. They have priority in voting. For seating arrangements, special benches shall be put up. They can also apply for home voting, and sufficient transport facility also will be available to our respected senior citizens and persons with disabilities. During the recent 12 months, the Election Commission of India has taken more than 30 new initiatives to ensure that elections are more transparent. The experience to the electors is much more pleasant, and all the stakeholders get all the necessary information as soon as possible. The first one of them has been the special intensive revision, which ensures, in accordance with Article 326 of the Constitution, that no eligible voter shall be excluded, while at the same time no ineligible person should be included. Amongst the new initiatives, just outside the gate of the polling station, an elector can go deposit his or her mobile, go and vote inside and come out and collect the mobile and go back. In order to identify the candidate to whom the elector wants to select, there shall be colored photograph of all the candidates on the EVMs. In order to ensure that there are no long queues, not more than 1,200 electors shall be there in any polling station. The candidate booths can be set up just outside 100 meters of the polling station, and the voter information slip will have a clear number mentioning the voter's polling station, its number, and his part and serial number. Amongst the other new initiatives, one major initiative has been that all the applications of Election Commission of India now are under one app which is applicable on mobile, available on mobile, and it is called as ECI Net. All the necessary information across all the stakeholders is available, whether it is your EPIC card, whether it is your polling station, whether it is about the candidate, whether it is about the affidavits of the candidate, whether it is about the progress of polling which is taking place, or whether it is about counting. There shall be 100% webcasting to ensure transparency in each and every polling station. The presiding officers of every polling station shall input the number of votes cast after every 2 hours to ensure that voting percentages which are being relayed through the media to the public at large is by and large accurate. And at end of the poll, whatever the figures are there in 17C, accordingly the percentage is also displayed without any further delay. All the booth level officers have been given identity cards so that our electors and the households can identify them easily. And since our electoral staff has been working very hard, their remunerations were also increased. ECI Night, as I mentioned, will be containing all the 40 different applications integrated in a seamless manner. In another initiative to enhance transparency, the postal ballots will be counted 2 rounds before the EVMs. Similarly, all the statistics relating to the elections shall be available through ECI Net itself within 72 hours of counting being over. In case of any difference because of typographical errors between 17C, which is given at the polling stations, to all the polling agents who are present, and the EVM count, if there is a difference, the VVPATs of that EVM shall mandatorily be counted. Similarly, after the counting is over, the losing candidate can prefer, after prescribed payment of fee, checking of the EVM along with VVPAT counting. In order to ensure that the entire process is done similarly at all the polling stations, a gigantic training effort has been undertaken by the Election Commission of India by training officers right down to booth level officers by the Commission itself. The booth level agents were also trained, of course the police officers, the DEOs, the communication officers, and this capacity building exercise had been piloted by India International Institute for Democracy and Election Management, IIIDM, which is run by the Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India also trains officers of more than 100 countries concurrently. In order to have a substantial dialogue and engagement with the stakeholders, the Commission adopted a consultative and collaborative approach by which more than 4,700 all-party meetings were held by all the returning officers, DEOs and CEOs of this country. Similarly, the Election Commission of India also invited all the national and state level political parties to have such meetings, and more than 28 such meetings have already taken place. There has been national conference with legal councils, and interactions with field-level beneficiaries, that is booth-level officers, EROs, DOs, during the state visits. There have been other host of new initiatives which have been mentioned here, totaling to number 30. These slides will be there, and the Commission has been extremely proactive, transparent, efficient, and consultative in its approach to ensure that the experience of election is much, much more pleasant to our prime stakeholder, that is the elector. Considering that India has been the mother of democracies and the largest of them all, with the most transparent elections taking place, the international idea is now currently being chaired by India. We also held an international conference with more than 70 countries. Next. Where the chief electoral officers from those countries has participated recently. Commission had review visits to all these 5 states/UT and met all the officers, as I had mentioned earlier, including our foot soldiers, that is our booth level officers. Clear directions have been issued to all the enforcement agencies, nearly 24 of them, that elections in these states and UT shall be inducement-free and violence-free. Directions have been issued to the collectors and the SPs that they have to act with complete impartiality and enforce the rule of law. The observers which will be visiting the states, their details should be made public, and any fake news on social media should be strictly monitored and necessary action taken. Shall we move to the poll shilling announcements now? Next. All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam, the polling shall be just in one phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May. All 140 assembly constituencies of Kerala shall also go for polling on 9th April, that is Thursday, and counting shall be on the same day, that is 4th May 2026. Puducherry also will go along with Assam and Kerala. The date of poll is 9th April and the counting will be 4th of May. Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, all 234 assembly constituencies will go for poll on 23rd of April in one phase, and the counting shall be on the same day for all the 5 states/UT, that is 4th of May 2026. West Bengal. West Bengal, the 294 assembly constituencies, the polling shall be held in 2 phases. In the first phase, 152, and the second phase, 142. The date of poll shall be 23rd of April and 29th of April. And the counting shall be together for all, that is 4th of May 2026. There will be 8 by-elections also, that is Goa, Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Nagaland and Tripura. The name of the constituencies are mentioned here and the reasons which will be circulated to you. And the schedule would be that the assembly constituencies for Goa, Karnataka, Nagaland and Tripura will be held, the polling will be held on 9th of April, and for the assembly constituencies of Gujarat and Maharashtra on 23rd. The counting shall be on 4th of May for all the cases. Thank you.
Now we shall begin with the question answer session. I'll request all of you to introduce yourselves and your organization before you ask the question. I'll also request you to ask one question per person and kindly do not repeat the questions. We shall be taking questions in groups of 5, after which the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner shall respond to that, and then we go on to the next round of questions. 6, 40, 94, 25.
Hello.
3.
जी, मेरा सवाल है एबीपी न्यूज से मैं मोहित दुबे हूं सर, सामने 40 नंबर। सर मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि पिछली बार पश्चिम बंगाल विधानसभा चुनाव 8 चरणों में कराया गया था और इस बार आप 2 चरणों में करवाने जा रहे हैं। इसके पीछे क्या रीजन है? क्या आपने ऐसी तैयारी कर ली कि 2 ही चरणों में आप करवाने जा रहे हैं? और एक इसी से संबंधित दूसरा सवाल है कि तमाम विपक्षी दल जो हैं, अपोजिशन जो हैं, वो आप पे निशाना साधते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। आप पे आरोप ये लगाते हैं कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, तो उन विपक्षी दलों को आप क्या जवाब देंगे? और आप इकलौते मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त हैं जिसके खिलाफ लोकसभा राज्यसभा में महाभियोग का नोटिस भी दिया गया है, तो आप जो नोटिस दिया गया है उसको लेकर आप क्या जवाब देंगे? थैंक यू।
Sir, this side Harsha from Republic TV. Sir, my first question, sir, earlier this week you had sought the list of police officials during whose presence the post-poll violence took place in the year 2021 in West Bengal. So what's the status of it? And sir, whether those police officials will be deployed in the polling state in West Bengal during election or not? So second one, so when can we expect the supplementary list? Sir, already 15 lakh have been disposed from the adjudication list. When can we expect the supplementary list?
नीरज।
सर नीरज हूँ न्यूज 18 इंडिया से। हमारा सवाल यह है कि मैं उसी को आगे सवाल बढ़ा रहा हूँ जो महाभियोग को लेकर नोटिस दिया गया है संसद में, और ऐसे वक्त में 5 राज्यों के विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा भी हो रही है। बंगाल में टीएमसी की तरफ से सवाल ज्यादा खड़े किए गए हाल के दिनों में, तो ऐसे तमाम विपक्षी दल जिन्होंने नोटिस दिया है उनके लिए आपका क्या मैसेज है? क्योंकि चुनाव की प्रक्रिया में आप खुद कहते हैं कि फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन होंगे, तो विपक्ष के लोगों को क्या कहेंगे?
सर मैं अश्विन कुमार सिंह एनडीटीवी से। सर आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने से कुछ देर पहले बंगाल की सरकार ने 500 रुपए का मानदेय बढ़ाया पुजारियों और मुआजिनों के लिए, और साथ ही डीए भी बढ़ाया गया है। तो क्या ये मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लागू हो एक तरीके से आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के 30 मिनट पहले किया गया, तो क्या कमीशन इस पर कुछ विचार करेगा?
First of all, I'd like to make clear that the model code of conduct is applicable from now onwards. So actions taken prior to model code of conduct is the prerogative of the concerned government. But now onwards, the model code of conduct shall be applicable. With regards to the West Bengal elections to be held in 2 phases instead of 8 phases earlier, the Commission has held detailed deliberations, and in its considered opinion, it was found necessary to reduce the number of phases and bring it down to an extent where it is convenient for everybody. With regards to the police officers who were involved in the violence in earlier elections, the list has been sought of, as is known to the media during our visit to the West Bengal, and necessary action as per law shall be taken. With regards to the supplementary list, As per the orders of the Honorable Supreme Court, the learned judges, working under the directions of the Honorable High Court of Calcutta, would be bringing out this supplementary list. And as and when the supplementary list, the names are coming out, they shall be included in addition to the existing electors. With regards to some other questions, I would like to make it clear that elections in all these 4 states and the Union Territory of Puducherry shall be violence-free and inducement-free. Commission will take strict action if anything to the contrary is noticed or reported.
39, 42.
Hi, sir.
56, पीछे दीजिए, 56.
सर, मनोहर केसरी, न्यूज एक्स और इंडिया न्यूज से सर सर लगातार आरोप लगते रहे हैं, चाहे एसआईआर को लेकर के भी ममता बनर्जी भी लगातार प्रोटेस्ट पे बैठी रही और ये कहा जा रहा है कि एसआईआर जो हुआ है उन लोगों का नाम हटा दिए गए जहां टीएमसी के ज्यादा वोटर्स थे। तो किस तरह से ट्रस्ट आप लोग डेवलप कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि लगातार इस तरह से अपोजिशन की ओर से आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं। और दूसरा है कि चुनाव आयोग को कहा जा रहा है टीएमसी की ओर से कि संवैधानिकता का पालन नहीं किया जा रहा है, असंवैधानिक है और जब मीटिंग में जाते हैं हमारे साथ व्यवहार अच्छा नहीं होता है, क्या कहेंगे?
Sir, Venkataraman from Dinamala from Tamil Nadu. So now the trend has come that before the election date announcement, the government's offering money. The Bihar before assembly election 10,000 rupees was offered to the voters. Now, followed by Tamil Nadu has announced 5,000 rupees. Does the election commission has any plan to prevent this kind of activities? Number one. Due to freebies, most of the state government become a bankruptcy. Whether the election commission got to know the facts that what kind of action is going to be taken by the Election Commission of India. 3, during TN time.
Sir, please restrict yourself to one question.
Only the last question. During the TN session time, the Election Commission was considered to be one of the best commission. Now, when are we going to see the same kind of opinion from the public?
Sir, Gaurav
Srivastava. 42.
Sir, Gaurav Srivastava, Times Now Bharat से.
Gaurav ji, I am coming to you. Just
okay, sir. प्रशांत देव सर, न्यूज 24 से। मेरा सवाल एक ही सवाल है, 2 तरीके का, कि आपने पश्चिम बंगाल में खास करके समीक्षा बैठक की है सभी पार्टियों से मिलकर के कानून व्यवस्था, आपको क्या फीडबैक मिला कि कितनी स्थिति वहां पे अच्छी है, खराब है? दूसरा कि अब अनाउंसमेंट करने के बाद आप कितने मुतमईन हैं कि आप फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन कराएंगे पश्चिम बंगाल में? क्या मैकेनिज्म आपने डेवलप किया है उसके लिए?
गौरव जी।
सर, गौरव, टाइम्स नाउ भारत से। इधर सर। सर, सवाल यह है कि पहली बार एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया जो कि 16 केंद्रीय चुनाव आयोग के क्षेत्राधिकार में, उसमें अदालतों की भूमिका लोगों की मतदाता पात्रता को तय करने के लिए ली गई। क्या आने वाले राज्य जहां पर एसआईआर होना है और जहां पर पेंडेंसी बाकी रहेगी, क्या इसी तरह का एक जो कस्टम है वो शुरू होगा या एक इसे किस तरह से आप देखते हैं? दूसरा सवाल सर ये है कि पश्चिम बंगाल को लेकर जब आपने बैठक की थी तो ये जानकारी आई कि राजनीतिक हिंसा को लेकर जो है खासतौर पर लगाम लगाई जाएगी। क्या कुछ आइडेंटिफाई हो सका है कि किन राजनीतिक दलों की तरफ से सबसे ज्यादा राजनीतिक हिंसा का इतिहास रहा है और सबसे ज्यादा दिक्कतें रही हैं, उसको लेकर क्या एक्शन लिया जाएगा?
संजय शर्मा हूं आज तक से। मेरा सवाल भी गौरव के सवाल को आगे बढ़ाने वाला है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में पिछली बार 8 चरणों में चुनाव हुए लेकिन हिंसा मुक्त रहे अधिकतर। इस बार 2 चरणों में हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वहां बड़ी समस्या चुनावी हिंसा से ज्यादा चुनाव के बाद की हिंसा है। उससे निपटने के लिए कोई खास इंतजाम या फिर उसमें कैसे करेंगे?
सर,
भारत के संविधान का अनुच्छेद 326, द आर्टिकल 326 ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, चुनाव आयोग को ये संवैधानिक दायित्व देता है कि वो सिर्फ पात्र लोगों को ही सूची में रखें। द इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया is constitutionally bound by Article 326 to include electors who are above 18 years of age, who are citizens of India, and who are staying in that assembly constituency to be in the electoral rolls. The Election Commission of India has been undertaking this responsibility in the form of a special intensive revision with regards to the political statements by certain political leaders or political parties. The Commission does not wishes itself to engage in such dialogues. With regards to the decisions of certain governments, just before the Model Code of Conduct has come into force, I have already explained earlier that in a democratic setup, the state and central governments, in their own wisdom, can take any policy or any other decision which they feel is appropriate. But once the Model Code of Conduct comes into operation, any decision which affects the outcome of the elections or works in a way of inducement is not allowed, and the Model Code of Conduct has come into force just now. जहां तक चुनावी प्रक्रिया का सवाल है, elections in India are held as per the Constitution, the law, and the instructions. राजनीतिक हिंसा और चुनाव को प्रभावित करने वाले कोई भी इंड्यूसमेंट को चुनाव आयोग बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा और ऐसे करने वालों के खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होगी।
90 yes sir, 92 इधर दीजिए, 92 71
तिवारी दलेंस से हूँ। सर मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि पिछले सालों के चुनावों के दौरान इलेक्शन कमीशन ने आसाम के चीफ मिनिस्टर हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा के बयानों पर कई बार सो कॉज नोटिस दिया। हाल के दिनों में कई बार उनके बयान ऐसे आए हैं जिनसे एक समुदाय पर हमला जैसा लगता है। चुनाव के दौरान ऐसा न हो, इसकी यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए आप क्या करने जा रहे हैं? एक चीज इसी से जुड़ा एक सवाल है, वहां के चीफ मिनिस्टर ने अभी कुछ दिन पहले कहा है कि कांग्रेस के 30 टिकट हम बांटेंगे, तो नैतिकता के तौर पे, चुनावी नैतिकता के तौर पे इसे आप कैसे देखते हैं?
Sir, I am Gopi from INS. Sir, I am Gopi from INS. Here, yeah. So yesterday, Bengal's cabinet minister Shashi Panja's house was vandalized, as we are aware about that. So just a question regarding safety and security, as well as what steps is the ECI taking to counter misinformation and deepfakes, which might go around during the campaign period?
Sir, Premanshu from Anandabajar Putrika. Sir, do you expect that all those cases under adjudication in West Bengal will get completed before the election, and if not, then what will happen to those voters?
37.
Hi, sir. Sir, hi. Moitri this side from Network 18. Sir, same question as Premanshuda. As of now, more than 50 lakhs of voters' names are included in adjudication list. Do you think that by 23rd, the list will be completed? As you clearly mentioned multiple times that no eligible voters should be out of the voter list. So then what would be the mechanism and what would be your submission to the Supreme Court to conclude this election? Thank you.
Hi, sir. Suchitra from News 18 here, out to your left. So there is a growing concern about voter turnout numbers, especially the last few elections, and there has been a delay, or the numbers has been differed from the earlier estimates, raising a question about transparency of the commission. So would you care to comment on that?
Okay.
चुनाव से पहले दिए गए वक्तव्य या फैसलों के ऊपर चुनाव आयोग का टिप्पणी करना ठीक नहीं होगा। इलेक्शंस नियम और कानून के तहत होते हैं और मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट अभी अभी प्राबल्य में आया है और इसके बाद अगर इस तरह की कोई घटना या वाकया होता है तो चुनाव आयोग उसका संज्ञान लेगा। जहां तक मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन और डीप फेक की बात है, हर स्टेट्स में जो हमारे नोडल ऑफिसर्स हैं वो उसको मॉनिटर करेंगे और उनके टेक डाउन या एफआईआर की व्यवस्था करेंगे। वोटर टर्नआउट की जहां तक बात है, पहले जो फॉर्म 17C के आंकड़े होते थे वो जब पोलिंग पार्टी कलेक्शन सेंटर पर आती थी तो उसके बाद भरे जाते थे। पारदर्शिता पहले भी थी, लेकिन अब द प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर शैल बी फिलिंग द number of electors in a polling station before leaving the polling station. Therefore, the time lag will be reduced and such suspicions will be moved out. As far as the list under adjudication is concerned, I have mentioned earlier that the learned judges are looking into case by case, and whichever cases are approved by them shall be included in the final electoral rolls by way of supplementary list in terms of the orders of the Honorable Supreme Court. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Kindly join us for tea in the atrium on your left.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहा है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ। 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरण होगा। तुमचा कुमाल केला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा। चला हो ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे कहीं और।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरण होगा। तुमचा कुमाल केला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागवा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसरी होगा।
All right, welcome back, friends. That was a long 45-minute presser by the Election Commission in which the dates are announced, and dates are like this. The 4 states and 1 union territory, Assam, Kerala and Puducherry, go to polls on April 9, all of them together. Tamil Nadu on April 23rd, and then Bengal on April 23rd and 29th. Results for all of them together on May 4. So it's going to be hashtag May 4 with Arnab. That's been announced now. And joining us in this broadcast to have a quick conversation over what these dates mean, what this means for Bengal, what this means for the people of these 4 states and 1 union territory, 17.4 crore of them. And let's introduce the guests. Shiva.
Yeah, we have an esteemed panel. We have our guests right now with us. Joining us, I would like to introduce all our guests who are with us at the moment. All right, we have Abhay Kumar, who is a psephologist, who is with us. We have Pankaj Sharma, who's joining from Delhi. We have Harish Mohammed Ibrahim, who's also joining us. Niladri Bhattacharya, who's also a political analyst. He's a pro-TMC analyst. He's also joining us live from Kolkata. Thanks a lot, everybody, for joining us. Now, the first question, everybody is concerned. I think we should start with the first question. It's about West Bengal. Everybody is concerned about the violence, not just about the pre-poll violence, mainly about the post-poll violence that happens. Niladri, our first question will be to you. What will be your take on the concern about the violence that happens in West Bengal?
See, West Bengal, this time the election is going to be a very heated one. The BJP is breathing down the neck of TMC. That's a fact for a fact. And the TMC is trying very hard to hold on to his horses and go for a straight 4th term. But as far as the violence is concerned, see, the pre-poll and the post-poll violence is the most important part. The Election Commission has already said that they're going to look into it. But what happens on the ground and what is being said from the press conference is there's a great difference. Let's see how it happens. There were allegations in the last elections, but these elections, I hope that with the higher number of central forces being deployed, the violence would be a little bit less. See, violence is not good for anyone, be it the TMC or be it the BJP. Someone loses their life, it is not good. Someone is someone's brother, sister, father, mother. But let's see how the Election Commission plans to take control of this violence.
Trinamool would be very happy with just a 2-phase poll. Niladri, quick reaction before I go to others. Quick reaction, just 2-phase polls in Bengal. That's what Mamata wanted. That's what Trinamool wanted. And Trinamool can say, okay, fine, law and order seems in check. That's why the Election Commission has reduced the number of phases from 8 last time to 2 just now.
Abhishek, it's a very welcome step by the Election Commission. We've already maintained from the last 2-3 elections that 8 phases poll is a drain on the resources. Now, heeding to the advice and seeing the ground realities on the ground, I think it's a very good decision to have a 2-phase poll. But only one thing I need to say: when all the other states are having a single-phase poll, West Bengal has still been singled out in having a 2-phase poll. But let's see what happens. It is still a welcome step. Rather than having an 8-phase poll, a 2-phase poll is a much better manageable proposition.
Okay, we have a first reaction coming in that seems like from the Congress party, P. Chidambaram, saying, I welcome the announcement that, as is customary in Tamil Nadu, the Legislative Assembly election to be held in single phase across all 234 constituencies. Very plain vanilla reaction there from the Congress. Harish Mohammad Khan, it seems alliance is set, but the Congress sort of is struggling to find its voice and relevance, and the struggles that they have had to even get DMK talking seat sharing.
No, it has all been sealed as of now, which has been from 25, the Congress had got to 28 plus one seat of Rajya Sabha. So everything is being sealed as of now, and there is no any kind of indifferences between the alliances whatsoever is concerned. And coming to the election notification is concerned, and Tamil Nadu has always been a calm state and democratically exercising state, which always have a calm, composed election whatsoever the process is all about. Having said that, the SIR regulations also have been monitored by the DMK party with its full force and its ground level on both committee levels. So even the SIR, the nominations, deletions, additions, all been taken care by the DMKs and its alliance to its NUB. So what about the concern with the election commission, which the other states has? But Tamil Nadu, which always wanted to make sure it is a smooth trail for all the parties. And even the BJP has a great exercise to bring Vijay in every possible way to their NDA alliance, which they have been working 24/7 for the last couple of weeks to bring Mr. Vijay also to their fray. Having said that, the DMK and its alliance is in full tact to vehemently make sure the BJP and the NDA alliance to take it to its knees ahead of 2026 elections. And we welcome that the single phase of election, which has been a customarily for the last couple of elections when it comes to Tamil Nadu's concern, is being followed in its full force as of now.
Okay, Radhika Khera of the BJP joins us. Radhika, your first reaction on the Bengal dates, just 2 phases instead of 8 last time, and of course everywhere else just single phase election.
Namaste and good evening to everyone. Before I come to West Bengal, can I please respond to the person who was talking about Tamil Nadu just before me? He was talking about how the alliance is absolutely sorted out. Well, just 2 hours back, an MP from Tamil Nadu, I believe he belongs to the constituency Virodhnagar, that's in Madurai, Mr. Madikam Tagore, who is also the right hand of Rahul Gandhi, he just called out his own government and the inability of the chief minister to maintain peace and ensure the safety of women and its citizens. He's just called out the police and the safety concerns because we've seen another attack that has happened on a girl over here. And I think it's on a rape case. A young teenage girl had to face, I think, molestation or something. So everything is not well in Tamil Nadu. The Congress itself is calling out the government, which they are in alliance partners with, over corruption, over security of women, and over other things. Having said that, coming to Bengal, well, the Election Commission has done a thorough recce, and they have the Bihar elections to their credit, where for the first time there was 0 cases of any violence. So I believe that, I'm sure that they must have done a proper recce and come to the conclusion that the way they maintained in Bihar, despite the fact that everyone knows how Mamata Banerjee is very famous for her violence and trying to create enmity between people, ensuring that other party people don't go out to vote, how the TMC workers behave like gundas. But if the Election Commission has come to a decision after a thorough recce that they will be able to manage it in 2 terms, it's a welcome decision. And we are hopeful that we will see another Bihar being repeated in terms of 0 instances of any sort of violence.
Okay.
Having said that, one thing is...
Yeah, go ahead. Complete, Radhika, please.
Yeah, having said that, one thing is very clear. Just before the elections were announced, Mamata Banerjee has already accepted her defeat because she had to rush into announcing a couple of SOPs just before the elections. So whether it is West Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu, 3 elections are a sealed deal for the Bharatiya Janata Party. And yes, coming to Kerala, we will definitely fare better than before.
Okay, we are getting a DMK reaction from their leader, Dharani, and we are going to go to that. But before we do that, let me get in Abhay Kumar, psephologist, and I'll also get in Pankaj Sharma. Abhay Kumar, dates are announced, and result day is also there with us in front of everyone, May 4. As a psephologist, someone who reads numbers, tell us how things are stacked for these respective incumbents. Is it going to be an anti-incumbency election in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, in Bengal?
Abhishek, I firstly want to say that I am very pleased with the election schedule because the 3 days of election, 9 April, 23 April and 29 April are either Thursday or Wednesday. And these are not the holidays. These are not the holidays and these are not these are neither weekend or holiday. So the voters will come and vote. मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा हिंदी में आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि अगर 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव को अगर हम देखें तो 333 लोकसभा सीटों का चुनाव हुआ था, वीकेंड पर हुआ था, एक्सटेंडेड हॉलीडे पर हुआ था और 115 सीट का इलेक्शन जो हुआ था 116 सीट का 333 प्लस 116 सीट का जो इलेक्शन हुआ था वह हुआ था और मतलब हॉलीडे। तो कहने का अर्थ है कि लोकसभा चुनाव में बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपना वोट इसलिए नहीं डाला था क्योंकि वो लोग कहीं वीकेंड में कहीं बाहर चले गए थे, लेकिन अभी का जो इलेक्शन दोनों जो शेड्यूल फिक्स हुआ है 9, 23, 29 वह अच्छे दिनों पर हुआ है, वह किसी मतलब छुट्टी का दिन नहीं है, अतएव द वोटर्स विल कम एंड वोट. दिस इज द केस एंड एज फार एज मतलब 18 का बेसिस इज कंसर्न, ममता बनर्जी इज गोइंग टू शी इज विनिंग सिंस 2011 एंड दिस इलेक्शन इज गोइंग टू बी शी इज गोइंग टू विन फॉर 4 consecutive terms, and that will be very tough issue because in Delhi after 3 consecutive terms Arvind Kejriwal has lost, in Tarun Gogoi lost after 3 consecutive terms, and 4th term is anywhere in any state 4th will be very tough. Even Lalu Yadav lost in 2005 when he was facing fourth term for मतलब to come in power. तो कहने का अर्थ ये रहा मतलब अभिषेक की ममता बनर्जी के लिए काफी मुश्किल है और देखना पड़ेगा क्या है. मैं एक बात अभी बता रहा हूँ जिसको मैं आगे डिस्कस करूंगा. दिस टाइम ममता बनर्जी विल गोइंग टू कंटेस्ट फ्रॉम 2 assembly seats. Okay. At any cost, as a cephalogist with full of my confidence that she is not going to contest from 1 seat, she will contest from 2 seats. Okay. Ji.
Okay. Abhay, you know, we will continue this conversation. Let's look at the first DMK reaction coming in, and then I go to Harish Mohammad Khan and Pankaj Sharma together. But first, the reaction from the DMK national spokesperson, Salem Dharnidharan.
The Tamil Nadu as a state will be going for polling on 23rd April and the results will be out on 4th May as the counting goes. Sir, what is the DMK's preparation? The election date has been announced, and what is the next step of the DMK now? There will be nominations and all that. How prepared is the DMK?
See, firstly and foremost, you have to understand, my chief minister has done fantastic work from 2021 onwards, and which is why there is no anti-incumbency in Tamil Nadu. Number of schemes, and many schemes are now being emulated across the country from Tamil Nadu. So we will definitely win the election, and more so my party has been in electoral preparation since 2022, 2 years before the parliament election. Immediately after the parliament election, when we swept the elections, from 2024 onwards, again we started our preparation for the legislative assembly elections. The booth level committees were all verified in 2023 itself, and they have been activated from 2023. Again from 2024 onwards, the booth level committees and the booth level officers and the booth level committees have been given tasks, and they have been in constant touch with the people. So there are a number of candidates per constituency where the candidates have worked with the people. So even if the elections are held 2 weeks away, DMK is all ready to get more than 200 seats. We'll definitely win 200 seats in these elections. We are not bothered about that. Maybe, I don't know why the elections are now announced a bit late. For last year, 2021, for example, elections were held, announced on Feb 27th. But this year it's March 15th. Looks like maybe the NDA is not ready, and the Election Commission has given them some time to prepare for the election. That will be my first accusation. And we also, because there is also the big gap between MCC and the date of polling in Tamil Nadu, we expect a lot of undemocratic activities to be taken care by the BJP, but still we are not afraid, we are undeterred. We will definitely win the elections.
All right, a string in the tail of that soundbite there. Harish Mohammad Khan, it's fine that Salim Dharnidharan says that, there is no anti-incumbency, he has to speak for his party. But why blame the Election Commission for the dates? Why do you get an impression that NDA would be now more prepared because the elections are announced maybe 15 days later than the last time in 2021?
As I said earlier, the NDA's alliance, which has to be formed in Tamil Nadu, is being dragged to bring Mr. Vijay, who is a new entry into Tamil Nadu politics, because his vote bank and the popularity which he possesses, the BJP wanted to make sure to corner him in every possible way by delaying his recent film Jananayagan, or making the Karur issue to get inside the CBI hands and making sure him to be in Delhi for the last couple of days as of now. And whatever the pressure which has been built across to bring this new guy who has been having a fan following, as a crazy fan following in Tamil Nadu, into the ADMK-led NDA alliance or the NDA-led ADMK alliance, they want to make sure to give a deputy CM post. So all these kind of permutations and combinations being spoken within for the last couple of weeks is what the sources have been telling. So that is the only reason where the earlier elections have been announced on the February last week, and now it has been postponed to almost 15 or 20 days later. And as we pointed out, that the moral code of conduct, which has been almost having a 1 month of effect in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, whichever the state which has been against the BJP in left, right, and center will always have the election commissions a second-hand deal or the third-hand deal when it comes to the MCC being put in place on all the opposition ruled state. And we will be expecting that to happen from today onwards, from tonight onwards, and make sure Tamil Nadu state government and the Tamil Nadu DMK alliance will make sure to put all these kind of irregularities under the nose of MCC by the BJP government, by the BJP alliance will be taken care of, what the DMK spokesperson said. And that has been this is not new for the Tamil Nadu and for the DMK is what I believe. And it will be taken care of. Whatever the delay in MCC which has been started from tonight till the elections on 23rd. And even from there, you have a 15 days delay period on the elections results announcement date is concerned. So almost it has been a 1.5 months to 2 months of gap where the Tamil Nadu kind of state, which has been under the direct attack with the BJP on every front, not only on, because all the funds, all the schemes which has been regulated by the union government, the funds have not come till now. So all these kind of welfare measures which has been backlashed or which has been backdropped by the BJP will be under scrutiny, and it will be taken care by the DMK, and it will be taken to the people of Tamil Nadu across streets is what I believe.
Harish, you did not respond to Radhika's jibe at you, when she said that Congress leader Manikam Tagore is taking on the DMK government, but maybe you want to give it a pass. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. No, one second. We know who the Manikam Thakur has been handled with, and how he has been taken care of by the Congress party, and how he has been under the nose of RSS and BJP. He has been speaking to bring back the alliance of Congress under the nose. We don't want to get into those kind of reckless comments by the
alliance coming undone. Alliance coming undone. Radhika, your bait worked, but I think we have a breaking, then we come back to the conversation.
First, a very big breaking that is coming in, and this is coming from BJP West Bengal, and they are saying this is not merely an election, it is a civilizational battle. Now, they are terming this as a civilizational battle. They're saying on 23rd and 29th April, the people of West Bengal will cast their vote in two phases to reclaim their future. The countdown to the end of Mahajangal Raj has begun. 50 days to go. 4th May will mark a new dawn for Bengal. Hashtag Bengal with BJP. Now they're claiming that they are going to win, and they're saying the 4th May will mark a new dawn for Bengal. And they again, I reiterate what they have said. They are saying that this is not merely an election, it is a civilizational battle. Let me take a reaction from Pankaj Sharma on this. Is this a civilizational battle even for the opposition, for the Congress party and for the Trinamool Congress? Your reaction on this. Where does Congress stand in these elections? How prepared is the Congress party?
Could be a civilization well done. But they want to fight this civilization battle by using all sorts of uncivilized manners. It is clear from the beginning. See, putting the phases from 8 to 2 is good a step by ECI. But the situation in Bengal is very, very volatile. But I am sure every well-meaning citizen of Bengal has a realization that any violence will hurt the fundamental mission of connecting the well-meaning government again. So they'll avoid now allowing themselves from falling under any trap by the forces who have been trying to polarize the society for many years across the country. Everyone knows that TMC is way ahead in the fray, and BJP will not have any stone unturned this time to win.
But the question is, who is actually polarizing? If an announcement was made by Mamata Banerjee just before the briefing, just before the press conference, you have increased, you have declared the DA to the public, and you have also mentioned about the allowance, the increase of 500 rupees just before the poll. This was not coming from the BJP. This has come from the Trinamool Congress, sir. Then who is appeasing? Who's doing appeasement politics in this case, sir?
Appeasement. Election Commission announced the dates of elections immediately after Prime Minister Narendra Bhai Modi completed his gift distribution trips to election-going states. He was in Kolkata yesterday. He did foundation stones for the development projects for 18,600 crores. And today, ACI announced the dates. Day before, Prime Minister was in Assam, and there he inaugurated projects worth 47,800 crores. 4 days ago, on 11th March, he was in Kerala, where he launched launched projects of 1,000 crores. And on the same day, he was in Tamil Nadu, and there he inaugurated and laid foundation stones for the projects.
The timing. Are you again questioning the timing, sir? Pankaj, are you again questioning the timing? What difference would it have made had it been announced after 1 week of the Prime Minister's visit to West Bengal?
Try to announce it immediately the next day. ACI was waiting for the PM to gift more than 83,000 crore rupees to these election-going states on the eve of elections, so that the ruling party can be in advantageous position in comparison to opposition political parties in first 1 decade, rather than vetoing. ECI has been facilitating this unfortunate tendency of the
we are the world's largest democracy. It's not good, I believe, to point fingers at the ECI. Well, let's take a reaction from Radhika Khera on this. Your take, your reaction. Everybody wants to make a comment here. Yeah.
Like I said, the results of West Bengal are very clear by the way Mamata Banerjee announced the SOPs. And now Congress's results are also absolutely clear that the Congress supporter, Mr. Pankaj, has already said that the Election Commission has announced after the Prime Minister made the announcements, they've already accepted their defeat. Arey bhaiya, if you had done good work, or if you were this light that the people of West Bengal were looking forward to, they will vote for you. People of West Bengal are very intelligent. And when you talk about that, we are the ones who incite violence and everything, everybody knows the polarization that Mamata Banerjee, your alliance partner, has played. And Mamata Banerjee's, first of all, like I said, like we're seeing in Tamil Nadu, it's a worst case scenario in West Bengal. Their alliance is not going to pull through. Their member of parliament already in Sansad 3 days back has declared Ekla Chalo Re. I'm forgetting the name of the lady who was, I think, the lady female MP who was speaking, and the Congress was not letting her speak. She said it's Ekla Chalo Re for us. So the alliance over there is clear. Everybody knows that there is clear polarization in West Bengal, and Hindus have been forced to leave their houses. Lakhs of Hindus have left their houses, have left the area because of Mamata Banerjee's polarization. So we all know what is going to happen. We know how she's been treating women. We've seen the amount of corruption. We've seen how she ran away with pen drives and the ruckus that she's trying to create. People of West Bengal want a stable government which will give them development, not a chief minister who actually, scared people and companies out of the state. She did not want industrialization in the state. We saw what she did with the Tatas and other industrialists who wanted to come into the state. So Bengal has suffered enough, first with the alliance of the alliance partners of the Congress, the CPI.
Yeah.
Now with Mamata Banerjee and Congress, now it's time for Bengal to shine once again. And people have already decided.
But it's like both of you, like the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, accuse each other of appeasement politics. But who actually is doing appeasement politics? Niladri Bhattacharya, your reaction on this, please. who is actually doing appeasement politics. I remember once there was a Sarv Dharma Sadbhav Yatra, and while Mamata Banerjee was addressing all those who were present there, especially the Muslim community, and she was saying, do not vote the BJP, do not vote the RSS, do not go with them. Aapko Allah ki kasam hai. She said these words while on the stage. Then who is doing appeasement politics as of now?
Listen,
who to blame, BJP or the
politics.
TMC, sir?
Let me answer your question. Whatever Radhika has said is an absolute pack of lies. We in Bengal, we understand and we know what is the current ground situation. Number two, as far as the appeasement politics is concerned, it is the BJP who is polarizing the communities for the purpose of votes. In Bengal, the Hindus and the Muslims have stayed together with complete harmony. We celebrate the Eid together with equal fervor as we celebrate Durga Puja. It is the BJP who is trying to drive a wedge between the communities for the purpose of their vote.
But how, sir? How?
Number three.
We have seen violence in Murshidabad. Is BJP responsible for that violence, sir?
If a particular community supports the TMC, what is wrong in that?
There's nothing wrong in that. So do you think a particular community supports the BJP also, if that's the point you want to make here?
If they support it, sir, what is wrong in that? Election is all about people supporting a particular political party. Thirdly,
no, sir, hang on, sir. You are making a point that a particular community is supporting one particular party. So you want to say that one particular community is supporting the Trinamool Congress. You're making this point clear.
See, definitely.
So you're saying that the Muslim community is supporting the Trinamool Congress, sir. Are you saying that?
The Trinamool has not only support from the Muslim community, the Trinamool has support from the Hindu community
You just now said that one particular community is supporting one party.
Sir, don't try to put words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. You're saying them. You're quoting these words. You're saying one particular community.
Can I correct?
Yeah, please.
You said you did not say one community is supporting Trinamool, and why should it be wrong? You said one community may be supporting. That's the only difference of semantics, allowed.
Abhishek, I say that the Trinamool, even the Muslims and the Hindus and the Christians, everyone supports the Trinamool, and that is why.
But you began with the Muslims. I would like to highlight that point.
No. You said what's wrong if one community is supporting Mamata Banerjee?
Exactly.
And Abhishek, he began with Muslims, so that's one point. So you're making things very clear out here. That there's one community that is supporting the Trinamool Congress. We'll just one word. Please. A comment from the BJP is very important right now.
Just give 30 seconds. The canards which are being present by the BJP, that Bengal is not safe, Bengal is this, Bengal is that. That is an absolutely wrong concept.
But is violence not happening, sir? Is violence not happening in West Bengal?
The people of Bengal.
Why is violence happening in a particular locality, in a particular place? I would not like to go much in details. You know the situation better on ground.
Doesn't violence happen after the Hathras? Doesn't it happen there? It happens everywhere. And the state government has taken a very proactive role in controlling all the violences. Now, TMC for the fourth time will come back to power because today from 5:30 onwards, the TMC is having its...
But will Trinamool Congress come back to power because one particular community is supporting? That is also a question. That is also a question. By the support of one community or not. Okay, we'll take a reaction.
There's a lot of people to support on the ground itself. What will they fight the election in the TMC?
Okay, Radhika.
Radhika, just before you respond, just one quick statistic, so to say, for so far as Bengal is concerned. If you look at the last 2-3 elections, the polarization of electorate is the norm. Trinamool's vote share has been increasing, as also of the BJP. So if you look at 2016 versus 2021, the Trinamool vote share increased. The BJP vote share also increased. The Congress and the left, which are losing vote share. Radhika, you respond and take this to Pankaj Sharma.
We have been consistently bettering our performance for a party which had no existence in West Bengal. We have come a very long way, and this time we're going to form the government. People of West, and the TMC leader over here is absolutely right. The TMC is only related to one particular community, which is why they need to go. A government has to be for every community. You cannot overlook a Durga Puja immersion just because of Muharram. You cannot stop Ram Navami processes. You cannot target religious orders like Ramakrishna Mission, ISKCON, Bharat Sevagaram Sangha. You can't call the Mahakumbh a Mrityu Kumbh and you think you will get away with it. Absolutely, the gentleman before me has made it absolutely clear that they are only targeting one community. when a government is formed, it is supposed to be sabka saath, sabka vikas, which is why our government anywhere, whether it is in the state or in the center, ensures that whether it is the PM Awas Yojana, whether it is the Har Ghar Nal Ka Yojana, whether it is the money that the women get, whether it is the benefits the farmers get, whether it is Har Ghar Mein Bijli Pahunchna, whether it is the health benefits, all are not given to you by questioning which religion you belong to.
Okay.
Sabko mil rahe hain, and Muslims are getting benefits of it because sabka saath, sabka vikas.
Okay.
But Mamata Banerjee only thinks of one community, which is why only one community wants to vote for her, and that one community.
But how long do you think they can stop? But are you confident of repeating what you did in Delhi? Yeah, Pankaj, we'll take a response once from Pankaj.
Pankaj, you know, Pankaj, you know, as I said, the Trinamool is increasing its vote share. Till the last election, it did not seem like there is an anti-incumbency, including the general elections, if you project to the project it on assembly constituency-wise. Okay, Abhay wants to comment, but Pankaj has to respond first. Abhay, I'll come to you. Pankaj, the Congress seems to be losing the vote share. Left seems to be losing vote share. The BJP and the Trinamool are increasing their vote share.
In fact, Congress has its own problems. And in Bengal too, you know, when ruling party is doing what not, whole hog for last 11 years to establish a Congress Mukt Bharat. So situation for Congress is difficult. Congress is going to face it in Bengal, everywhere. It is going alone, which I think is a good strategy to actually, revive the party at the village level, at the block level.
I don't know whether it can be revived with the kind of leadership that's there in Bengal for the Congress or even for the center. But Abhay, your quick response, because we are running out of time now. Any surprises you think can come from any of the states?
Yeah, of course. Why not? It may be. Firstly, I want to say that Mamata Banerjee is highly pensive about Muslim vote bank. Mamata Banerjee is not confident about Muslim vote bank. How? There is a Sagar Dighi assembly seat in Murshidabad district. The seat has 64% Muslim voters. And the Congress party has won the seat last time in 1972. But in 2021, the AITC won, Subrat Saha of AITC won the seat. In 2023, he died. And in the by-poll, the Congress party won the seat. In the by-poll, Bharat Biswas of the Congress party had defeated the AITC, All India Trinamool Congress. After 1972, in 2023, the Congress party won the seat for the first time. Since 2011, the AITC was winning the Sagar Dighi assembly seat, but it had lost in the by-poll. Of course, Mamata Banerjee has engineered the joining of the Congress party's single MLA in West Bengal Assembly, Bharat Biswas, into her party. But the assembly by-poll of Sagar Dighi.
Will we see any change? That is the big question. Will there be a repeat for the BJP in like it did in Delhi? That is a very big question. But we are very short of time, and we would like to thank each and everybody. Very short of time. Thanks a lot to Abhay Kumar, Niladri Bhattacharya, Pankaj Sharma, Harish Mohammed Ibrahim, Anila Singh, Radhika Khera. Thanks a lot, everybody, for joining us. And we'll
have a short break, and Live and Breaking is back on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंटू अरे अनुसरण होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे काय गाडी मागला
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंटू अरे अनुसरण होगा तुमचा कुणाल केला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे काय गाडी मागला चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे कहीं क्या हुआ ठीक है ना
All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam, the polling shall be just in one phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May.
Commission announces election date for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry, West Bengal to vote in 2 phases. Election results for 5 states to be declared on the 4th of May. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Trump threatens Iran's oil infrastructure after US bombed the Kharg Island military site vital to Iran's oil network. Trump calls on the allies to send warships, says Hormuz will open one way or the other. Indian Navy escorts LPG carrier Shivalik and Nanda Devi through the Strait of Hormuz amid the West Asia war. Very warm welcome. We're watching live and breaking Iraq Tamasha with you. We're getting in visuals from Tel Aviv right now, viewers, as Iran has launched a cluster of munition right now as the war zone witnesses more escalation right now. We're getting in visuals from Israel, Tel Aviv. This is the aftermath of that launch of those cluster munitions from Iran. And you can see from vehicles, different structures that have been set on fire, and the plumes of smoke that you can see being now. You can see the firefighters. We do not know if it's a civilian area. If it's a civilian area, we do not know yet. But these are multiple cars that have been set ablaze. Could be a parking area, and the firefighter has put out. Firefighters can be seen putting out this massive blaze after the Iranian attack. And we'll try and get you more details that are coming in right now. Iran, meanwhile, says that it has launched the 54th wave of Operation True Promise, deploying the Sejil ballistic missile for a first time. Now, viewers, what is that Sejil? We see that how Iran has a host of a big arsenal of ballistic missiles. Now, Sejil is an Iranian two-stage solid-fueled medium-range ballistic missile, MRBM that is, and it has a payload capacity of about up to 1,500 kilograms. And Iran has now released this video where it fired the Sejil. It's a two-stage solid-fuel motor, and it provides shorter launch preparation times compared to liquid-fueled missiles. Now, we must understand the imagery here, understand the messaging rather, because we see that time and again, US has claimed that their missiles and their launching capability, their military capabilities are the ones that they are attacking, and they're decimating, they are neutralizing that. When Iran continues to release these videos, it actually raises questions on the claims. It's like a mirror that it's information warfare, of course, that is ongoing. And we see right now this video by the IRGC as it launches the 54th wave of operation. All right, shifting focus now to other story that we're tracking for you. A big update coming in. In fact, this morning it was learnt that Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi confirmed the ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, even going on to call them strategic partners. Now, in this war, both the countries, Russia and China, have been referred to as strategic partners by Iran, and it comes as a significant statement from Tehran. Now, this statement holds much gravity as far as this war is concerned, as it now directly and openly widens this range of war. Iran has now openly confirmed their alliance with Russia and China, given this statement. And it leads to a very, very big question now, that will this war escalate and cover more countries? Russia already is engaged in a war in Ukraine. And while we've seen statements coming in from Russia and China trying to play a mediator role there somehow, but when they call them strategic, when Iran calls both the countries strategic partners, that of course becomes very, very official in a sense that this is really happening when it comes to Russia and China being somewhere in the game. And it's not just strategic partner that is mentioned, ladies and gentlemen. Russia and China providing military cooperation to Iran. That is what the foreign minister of Iran, Araghchi, has claimed. And that's a big statement that has come in. And meanwhile, Iran continues to release the footages. Now shows missile debris from 28th of February attack on the girls' school in southern Iran, that is the Minab school, claiming it proves the involvement of United States. Now, this video, which shows debris marked made in USA and Raytheon company, it suggests that a US-made Tomahawk missile was used, and the US military has launched an investigation with preliminary findings suggesting that outdated targeting data may have led to the strike. But this is another videographic proof that Iran claims to show that it was United States who was responsible for this attack on a girls' school that killed 165 people, and these were mostly schoolgirls. US, meanwhile, denies involvement, citing an ongoing investigation. This is an exclusive visual, in fact, viewers, from Iran. Exclusive visual from Iran that proves US was, shows that it could be a proof. Even the US repeatedly denies this, denies what's been happening, and we'll try and get more details on that. But you can see the visuals of the aftermath, the graves, the mourning. You can see the families wailing, crying, mourning, and in fact, Iran's supreme leader has also vowed revenge. As he mentioned this in his first address, the Minab attack. All right, viewers. Meanwhile, US, Iran, they continue to be in a stalemate, and they reject ceasefire calls amidst the escalating airstrikes and drone attacks. Now, the Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, of Iran has warned the UAE of potential strikes on American assets in response to US and Israeli attacks. And the conflict has led to civilian casualties, with the street checkpoints and banks being targeted. Iran has retaliated against US banks in Bahrain and the UAE, citing recent attacks on Iranian banks as justification. Now, the IRGC has vowed to expand attacks if US and Israel continue targeting Iranian banking infrastructure. And Republic TV is the only network reporting from inside Iran, getting you all the updates from the war zone. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Yazid from Iran.
Civilian buildings are still being destroyed by the US and Israeli attacks. The UN says as many as 3.2 million people have been displaced since the fighting began on February 28th. Tehran's municipal government says more than 3,000 people, including over 900 families, have been left homeless. They've been relocated to 12 different hotels. Elsewhere, on the southern island of Qeshm, local officials say 2 passenger and tourism piers have been hit by missiles. They say these piers were used only for recreational and fishing purposes and played an important role in the local economy. On Kharg Island, reports indicate multiple explosions in various parts of the island, but only military assets have been affected. Kharg is a small island, about 20 square kilometers, but it is the hub for the country's oil exports. In fact, it serves as the only point of origin for all Iran's overseas crude oil shipments. After the attacks, the IRGC announced that the island had been hit by missiles launched from positions within the territory of the United Arab Emirates. The IRGC has warned UAE leaders that it considers it its legitimate right to strike the origins of these attacks, including American assets in Emirati cities. Iranian armed forces also say they have targeted 2 American banks in Bahrain and the UAE. The strikes are said to be retaliation for the recent US and Israeli attacks on 2 Iranian banks.
All right, we're joined by Israeli journalist Noam Eyal joining us from Tel Aviv. First of all, Noam, thank you so much for joining in. And just tell us what is the latest, as we understand that a cluster munition strike has been conducted by Iran in Tel Aviv. What is the status? What is the update from ground?
By the way, I'm currently. Thank you for coming to me, inviting me. Right now, I'm actually at my home near Jerusalem, but I've been in Tel Aviv earlier today. There have been Iran has been firing certain ballistic missiles with our cluster bombs. Some of them have hit buildings in as far as the southern city of Eilat, in the tip of Israeli territory in the Red Sea, and also Tel Aviv today. There are several injured people. It's smaller bombs than that are being spread from the ballistic missile, not necessarily the full payload of a regular ballistic missile, which is very, very heavy and can take out a neighborhood. It presents a challenge for Israeli interceptors because of the way it's being delivered, because of the regular ballistic missiles have been intercepted in a very successful rate so far with Israeli defenses. That's right now. But it's been the whole day has been full of alarms. But it's been like one or two missiles each time throughout the day since early in the morning, around 6 a.m.
Noam, also tell me what are you picking up as far as this statement from the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi is concerned, when he calls Russia and China strategic partners, also going on to publicly claim that there is military cooperation from the two countries?
As far as I know, the cooperation is in related. It's not a full cooperation like you see between Israel and the U.S. or the U.S. and its allies. It's more of use of radar system or satellite images or information that the Iranians can't get by themselves, and the Chinese and the Russians can provide and somehow show their support. There is on the other hand, you see Donald Trump, the pressure on the oil prices kind of affecting even Donald Trump, that lifted the sanctions for 30 days so that the West can buy Russian oil. That was a significant move. But in terms of military collaboration between Iran and its superpower allies, it's limited. It's very, very limited. It's more of an intelligence aid, getting some information regarding American forces in the area. Because the attacks on Iran have been very effective in terms of disconnecting the regime from its own capabilities, its own forces on the ground, and they don't have their own. They don't have a lot of their own capabilities right now in regard to real-time information, in regard to the forces of the ground, as far as I know.
Thanks, Noam, for joining us live from Israel right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Republic TV, and getting us those updates. And we were shifting our focus to more reports coming in as the war against Iran drags on for 16 days now. Even the environment of the country is now taking a toll on the environment, of course. Multiple oil refineries have been hit. And as a result, reports state that a black rain has created health and environmental risks as toxic smoke billows from bombed depots. More details in this report.
Clouds of toxic smoke unleashed into the atmosphere smother Iranian skies. This after US-Israeli airstrikes on Iranian oil facilities. The toxic smoke returned to Earth in the form of black rain. This has raised concerns from both local authorities and international experts.
Most of this stuff disperses and gets removed from the atmosphere on a timescale of days. So if we don't create more problems, at least what's in the atmosphere is going to go away, within kind of 3 to 7 days. That doesn't mean that the health risk has gone away, but it means it's removed from the atmosphere.
Black rain occurs when soot, ash, and toxic chemicals combine with water droplets in the atmosphere, then fall back to the earth when it rains. Residents in Tehran complained of burning eyes and difficulty in breathing last week.
The black rain and the acidic rain coming with it is indeed a danger for the population, respiratory mainly, and it could be acidic, depending, of course, what context you have. We're in touch with the hospitals and with the authorities. And
Plumes of dark smoke have also been seen across other parts of the region over the 2 weeks of the war. In addition to the loss of life and attack on civilian infrastructure, the environment and the health of Iranian citizens are also under attack in this escalating war begun by the United States and Israel.
And now, with the war in its third week and mounting concerns over the stranded oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz amidst the blockade, US President Donald Trump has now asked nations, including China, to send warships to keep the strait open. Take a look at this report to know more.
Thousands of ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Multiple US-flagged vessels have come under attack. West Asia war in its third week, raging on relentless. And now it seems like Trump is caving in to the pressure exerted by the Iranian regime. Trump has been bombarding his Truth Social account with a barrage of posts on the war. And in the latest, Trump says countries that receive oil through the Strait of Hormuz must take care of the passage. Trump says if the countries extend help, United States will also help a lot. Says US will coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly and well. This comes just a day after Trump specifically mentioned China, France, Japan, South Korea and UK. He claims these countries are affected by this blockade, and that he hopes these nations will send ships to the Strait of Hormuz so the Iranian threat can be totally decapitated. In the meantime, Donald Trump says United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and will continue shooting Iranian boats and ships. Trump vows to soon make the Strait of Hormuz open, safe and free, one way or the other. Trump's request to the nations to send warships to Strait received a sharp response from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Araghchi calls this as Trump begging others, even China, to help it make Hormuz safe. Iranian Foreign Minister in a post wrote, "Touted US security umbrella has proven to be full of holes and is just inviting rather than deterring trouble." Araghchi also called on brotherly neighbors to expel foreign aggressors. Now, Trump reaching out to other nations to make Hormuz safe is also a signal that United States is struggling to dismantle Iranian navy, even as Trump claims it has been completely obliterated.
Meanwhile, the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, while releasing a video condemning the massacre of 160 children in a school in Iran's Minab, says that one who claimed to stand for global peace targeted schools, hospitals, stadiums and cultural heritage sites with ruthless attacks. Take a look at this report.
The morning that began with the school bell ended with the sound of an explosion.
روزنامه آمریکایی نیویورک تایمز در گزارشی تحقیقی اثبات کرد عامل حمله خونبار به دبستان دخترانه میناب آمریکاست.
In Minab, a classroom that was meant to hold the alphabet turned into a field of death. Small school bags were left on the ground, and notebooks that were never finished remained filled with dreams. Children know no enemies, and they choose no wars. They come only to live. And how bitter it is when the world becomes so cruel that it is frightened even by the laughter of a little schoolgirl.
Meanwhile, Trump struggles to find a clear end and the objectives to the war that he started on the 28th of February. Switzerland now has announced closing its airspace for US military flights, citing its tradition of neutrality in armed conflicts. Now, this adds to the list of nations who have refrained themselves from getting involved in the war in West Asia. Let's take a look at this detailed report.
Trump is reaching out to other nations, reaching out for help in this war on Iran. What kind of help? To let US use airspace to carry out strikes on Iran. To let US use their military bases so US jets can take off and hit Iranian targets. Trump asking nations to deploy their warships to help keep Strait of Hormuz open and safe. But these nations are not interested in getting themselves involved in the war. In the latest, Switzerland has denied requests by US military, saying US can't use Switzerland airspace in the war against Iran. Two such requests linked to the war in Iran is straight away rejected by the Switzerland. Switzerland cited its law of neutrality while denying the request by US. Only one maintenance flight and two requests for transport jets were approved by the Switzerland. This is not the first time Trump's requests have been denied or ignored. Earlier, UK also declined to help US with offensive strikes by UK military and only allowed US to use military bases for defensive operations. France also rejected Trump's plea for military aid in the war against Iran. Even France refuted reports warships to Strait of Hormuz and said, "Stop the scaremongering." French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs said defensive posture has not changed. Spain has also strongly opposed the war and refused to allow US forces to use Spanish bases. All this as Russia provides key intelligence and strategic cooperation to Iran amid the war, with the Hezbollah in Lebanon and Houthi forces in Yemen also giving support to Iran.
All right, viewers, with that, to wrap up this edition, but we also get you the latest coming in on the announcement of election dates, as the Election Commission has announced those dates for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry, West Bengal to vote in 2 phases. Also, election results for 5 states to be declared on the 4th of May. Details on the other side.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल गिरा तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला माझा गोटे का गाडी माकळा चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Vice Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू आलू से नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल गिरा तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला माझा गोटे का गाडी माकळा
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Raksha with you, getting all the latest updates coming in on the war that is escalating. We'll get you the latest updates as far as the ground situation is concerned, and also about Netanyahu. There have been, of course, questions raised on his whereabouts. So let's see what this office has said and much more. First, the headlines.
All 126 assembly constituencies for Assam The polling shall be just in one phase, and the polling shall take place on 9th of April, Thursday, 2026. The counting shall be on 4th of May.
Days for Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry, West Bengal to vote in 2 phases. Election results for 5 states to be declared on the 4th of May. Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Trump also threatens Iran's oil infrastructure after US bombs the Kharg Island military sites vital to Iran's oil network. US President Donald Trump calls on allies to send warships as Hormuz will open one way or the other. Indian Navy escorts LPG carriers Shivalik and Nanda Devi through the Strait of Hormuz and amid the West Asia war. Now, the US and Israel have continued their attacks on Iran, with missiles striking multiple sites in the central Isfahan province, leaving at least 15 people dead. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says that countries that depend on Gulf oil must also help ensure that the Strait of Hormuz remains open. At the same time, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is the IRGC, has warned residents across the Gulf to evacuate the areas near oil ports. In addition, the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, has cautioned that US companies in the Middle East could be targeted if Iran's energy infrastructure comes under attack. Meanwhile, Iran and Lebanon have continued their strikes in Israel, with damage reported in central parts of the country and 7 people wounded by rocket fragments in Eilat. All right, we are in fact getting us, we have been joined by IDF spokeswoman, Israeli Defense Forces spokesperson, Kelly Oates, joining us on the broadcast right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Kelly, once again on Republic TV. And first of all, there are reports that have been doing the rounds in the past 24 hours about the whereabouts of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I'm definitely speaking on behalf of the Israeli Defense Forces, but everything in Israel is going as planned. We urge you to please not listen to any kind of unreliable reports or fake news running on the media at this point. Thankfully, we are operating, we are succeeding in our operations, and I have not heard or can offer any comment on those foreign reports.
And in fact, there's a statement from the IRGC, which in fact mentions that if Netanyahu is alive, that it will continue to pursue and kill him with full force, that he is on the hit list of the IRGC. How do you see that statement?
I know one thing, and one thing is for sure, that the Iranian terrorist organization and the Iranian terrorist regime cannot be trusted, not in anything they say, and not in the way they have been conducting this war. They have been firing missiles towards the state of Israel and to other nations in this region. And therefore, everything they say should be taken with a grain of salt. I'm very proud of the IDF and what the state of Israel has been able to achieve so far in this war. We have been able to take out crucial systems and military apparatus of the Iranian regime, leaving them almost without great ability to communicate with one another. And therefore, we are doing great in this operation. And again, I would very advise not to listen, not to take everything they say as fact.
What's happened is that, Kelly, there have been some videos also that have been doing the rounds, which actually show, Netanyahu with 6 fingers. There have been some videos that have been flagged on social media, which have also indicated, this is about the 12th of March video, which has raised doubts that is it an edited video. There are concerns regarding visuals that have come in, the video of Netanyahu's address that have come in.
Unfortunately, I don't know which video is being spoken about. I haven't seen any of these videos. I know that there is a lot with AI that can be changed and altered, but I am not aware of these videos.
Right. So as of now, the office of Netanyahu has denied that there's any problem with the Prime Minister. And so your stand remains the same, right?
Yes.
All right. So what is the latest as far as Israel and US's this military mission is concerned? Because we've seen that there are strikes being conducted inside Israel from Lebanese side as well, from Hezbollah as well. And Tehran has also been targeted yet again via the cluster munitions from Iran today. And there has been a war of words as we've seen the escalation. Donald Trump saying that they've targeted Kharg Island, and they will continue to target more, those oil facilities. Tehran, meanwhile, says that it will continue to, target those oil, refineries and facilities across the Gulf. So, what is the game plan?
Well, I think one thing is very clear, and we have been facing missile barrages from Iran and Hezbollah at the exact same time. They are simultaneous. I imagine they are coordinated. Rocket fire coming from Iran to the south, the center of Israel, and the north, while Hezbollah sends rockets many dozens a day to the northern communities of Israel, targeting civilians. And so what we're seeing is this coordination. We know that Hezbollah is Iran's strongest proxy. They are trying to come to Iran's rescue at the moment, but clearly they will not be successful. We have thankfully intercepted as many rockets as we can. This does not mean that there are no injured. We do have injured. We do have casualties, unfortunately, but we are continuing according to a very structured plan on how to, number one, push Hezbollah away from our border and ensure that they cannot target our civilians, not infiltrate as they plan to do, not send RPGs and not strike with rockets. And with Iran, we are continuing to further degrade their military infrastructure to ensure that they don't pose a threat to the state of Israel.
Kelly, another question is that how Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi has openly claimed that there is there's military cooperation from Russia and China. He has called both the countries strategic partners in this war, that they are receiving military cooperation. So how would Israel react to that?
Unfortunately, I can't comment on that. That would be for my seniors or for the political echelon of the state of Israel. At this point, what I do know is that Iran has been in a bad state trying to get together what it can in order to fight, but they have been unsuccessful. They actually recently tried to down an Israeli fighter jet with no success. And so we are seeing attempts by the Iranians to use all sorts of operations against Israel, but they are not successful as of now.
All right. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV and speaking to us with those answers on those questions. All right, viewers. So as this war continues to drag on, it's been 16 days and the environment is, of course, the one that is being affected. Multiple oil refineries have been hit in the attacks, and now, as a result, we're learning of reports of a black rain that has created health hazards, environmental risks as the toxic smoke billows from the bombed depots. More in this report.
Clouds of toxic smoke unleashed into the atmosphere smother Iranian skies. This after US-Israeli airstrikes on Iranian oil facilities. The toxic smoke returned to Earth in the form of black rain. This has raised concerns from both local authorities and international experts.
Most of this stuff disperses and gets removed from the atmosphere on a timescale of days. So if we don't create more problems, at least what's in the atmosphere is going to go away, within kind of 3 to 7 days. That doesn't mean that the health risk has gone away, but it means it's removed from the atmosphere.
Black rain occurs when soot, ash, and toxic chemicals combine with water droplets in the atmosphere then fall back to the earth when it rains. Residents in Tehran complained of burning eyes and difficulty in breathing last week.
The black rain and the acidic rain coming with it is indeed a danger for the population, respiratory mainly, and it could be acidic, depending, of course, what context you have. We're in touch with the hospitals and with the authorities. And
Plumes of dark smoke have also been seen across other parts of the region over the 2 weeks of the war. In addition to the loss of life and attack on civilian infrastructure, the environment and the health of Iranian citizens are also under attack in this escalating war begun by the United States and Israel.
We have some breaking news coming in right now. Bahrain says that 125 missiles, 211 drones have been intercepted since the war has erupted. So Bahrain now suggesting that there has been an overwhelming amount of the drone strikes and missile strikes from Iran on Bahrain. 211 of those drones have been intercepted since the war broke out. 125 missiles in total fired, 211 drones. Okay, 125 missiles and 211 have been intercepted since the war. All right, so as we move on, viewers, we bring you this exclusive visual of the Kharg Island that was attacked by the United States of America. Take a look at this visual that we are playing out. It's it is termed as Iran's crown jewel, and it has been attacked by the United States, escalating the tensions further. And President Donald Trump of